All right, who's our 10:15? Is that you? Okay. Ashley, is your it's titled Kim PPTX? Let's see.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Is this you talking over it though? Is your titled Kim PPTX? That's me speaking. Hi. Yeah, it's a recording. Hello.
Oh, is it not?
Yeah, it's this, but it's a lag, so it's like doing it like seconds after. Okay.
The background is wrong. Like,
Okay, this is what we got. So it was what you done. But it's a lag.
oh, I find that PDF.
Okay. The thing is, we're connected to Zoom and live stream, and if you connect to yours, it will not be part of it. So, given that we need to start, let's just go ahead and connect you, and you will not be.
Or then cannot be that setting.
No. Or I mean, do you
Like
think you
color.
can?
Yeah, in like less than a minute. I'll just like remove that and create it. Yeah. That looks so ugly.
Yeah, okay, give it a shot. Or whoop. Oh, I did a lot of things. Took all that stuff out though.
Yeah. Oh, actually.
I think you need to undo until you get back to the original.
Maybe that was not the best idea. Okay. I'll restore this version.
These are all the things that I was supposed to be doing like at 9 o'clock this morning, but for variety of reasons. So this is what you're trying to,
Yes, at least like make it bigger.
or smaller,
Yeah, I'll just
and then make that
do that white.
different.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Right.
At least that's better.
Right.
Oh, hi. Just like look at the screen and look flat. Are you starting?
One more moment, and then yes. I am not a good Mac user.
You can get more chairs.
You can move any chairs that you have like access to up. The problem is we do. Sure.
Yeah.
Like watch the presentation.
I'm not the first one, right?
Oh my gosh, why?
I am.
Well, no, there was someone before you, but it was.
Why does it say my screen sharing is paused?
Hopefully it's fun to watch.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. This is a nightmare.
There are like
No.
I was
It's ridiculous. No, it's just a nightmarish Zoom situation where it will not show the screen.
Oh, maybe it's a setting.
I'm sure it is.
Privacy. So
But the thing is, as soon as it will not let me resume sharing your screen. And so that is a problem.
should we look at the setting perhaps?
I don't even understand. I don't know anything about a Mac. If you think you know how to do it, by all means. This is
Maybe.
Stephanie's computer. That was all supposed to be set up a long time ago, and I do apologize.
Display.
So why are we actually?
Actually. I think it's privacy and security. There.
Camera screen share.
Screen
Maybe.
sharing. Yeah, they're
It's not
allowed to
already
do it.
shared. Maybe accessibility.
Yep, it's around that.
Oh,
So it's not on my computer. This is
should I
definitely.
join this Zoom meeting and then share my screen?
I mean, that we can do that if it comes down to it. Okay, so recording is paused. We're live on YouTube. This is Stephanie's screen. Where is your PowerPoint? You want to look at it as a sidebar.
I think they're trying to slides.
Okay,
Okay.
think we're good, but we're not
Oh, actually,
connected.
is there a remote? So there was supposed to be tech here that was supposed to have set up all of this by 9:30. I had to go to the doctor's because I have a medical emergency and I'm going in right now. And I don't know why any of this is not happening. And I do deeply apologize. Maybe we should try a different connection.
You are so sorry. This is so true.
Okay. Well, I just tried a different thing, so. It wasn't him, actually. I just plugged in a different port. But here we are. All right, Ashley. Do you need to be able to switch slides from here? I'm thinking, yeah, okay. So. Maybe I'll just sit. I don't want to block this. I think you could stand right here and it would be fine. Sounds good. Does that work for you? Yes. Yeah, I do apologize.
Yay.
Far better than. All right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your patience. Thank you for coming today. My name is Ashley Kim, and I'm currently finishing up a bachelor's of computer science and arts and a concentration of computer science and art. And I'm also doing additional major in human computer interaction. So my BXA Capstone project, I worked on a real-time interactive media installation called Equipoise, and I'll be going through all the process I went through along with where I got the inspiration from. Okay, so in the past couple of years, I've noticed that a lot of times in our like day-to-day lives that like balancing is like the key to many of the problems. So like even like a slight push towards one side or the other, that's kind of like where the balance breaks. So that's where, for example, you would feel overwhelmed by the amount of work you have, or like you would feel kind of like isolated versus like being in like a spotlight. So those are kind of like the thing that I was very intrigued about. And from this, through this my capstone project, I was wondering if I could investigate what makes us feel like, in a sense, like disrupted of this balance. And hello. And further how this disruption can potentially be restored if possible. So after a bunch of different research, I found this like concept of interdependence to be the core of many of these problems. And then I found this because things always constantly happen around us. Like there's always things that's happening, there's always things that's going, like a flowing water in a sense. So whether we want it or not, things will happen. From there, I found that because we live in this like interdependent world where everything I found to be like defined based on the interaction. So for example, this relates to how like a language or communication would be interdependent, because by how you are constructing the word, like by choosing which word to put after one another, you're constructing a new meaning. Or like depending on, or for example, like our organism, for example, would be determined based on how things are constructed at the atomic level. So I found everything to be kind of like, oh, perhaps it's the interdependence that's the core of this entire project. So now that I, in a sense, sort of figure out what creates this disruption, perhaps, the second part of my question was to find how we can potentially restore this disruption, if possible, if any. And with that, psychologically, like oftentimes like humans don't want to go through any of the changes. If possible, they want to stay in this comfort zone, try to like maintain whatever that's been already ongoing and that's comfortable to them. So with that, I was thinking, oh, perhaps So I read this like little snippet called Use the Force by Timothy Morton that actually helped me like further investigate how these could be tackled, like for example, like the psychological fear or the enjoyment of the movement can be tackled in more of like a philosophical ways. And with all these like things together, I was able to look into also combine with the precedent interactive art by like, for example, Scott Snibbe or like Daniel Rosen, to further investigate how the bodily interaction and this concept of interdependence can affect in our like day-to-day lives, and how people can potentially like find their own balance within. So just to give like a brief background about the interactive art, although it's like a relatively new field in the art industry itself, I found it to be still have like a good amount of like precedents coming up. Like they have about like a couple decades of like work that has been invented ever since like, the computer and technology has been involved. So these are actually like the starting art, interactive art, in the interactive art field. So what I really enjoyed about interactive art is that in a sense that all these art provides joy and immersive experience to the audience, and that it encourages the audience to be part of the project itself, which actually works really well with my idea of this interdependence and how I want to explore how individuals could affect and also be impacted by these interdependence. So another works that I was inspired by would be like Golden Lib or Design.io's works. A lot of these involve, again, like bodily interactions, and they would, in a sense, interpret the body interaction in front of the camera into some artistic visual representation. So based on this, I created my own interactive installation. Now I'll be going through like how I produce my own work. And since I'm, again, like studying computer science and art, I want to use the background as much as possible. So I use the coding language called C++, and also the framework that allows more of these like different libraries to come together called Open Frameworks, and a Kinect camera, which is like a desk camera. So to go over briefly of like different like process I went through, I first extracted the silhouette so that based on how you're moving, they'll be showing up in real time, how the silhouette of a person in front of the project will be. And then with that, I added this void simulation, which is, you can think of it as like a bird flocking simulation. So these different, I combined that with the particle system so that you can think of each of the particles to be maybe perhaps a bird, and they would kind of like move in a behavior of like how a bird would move as like a horde. I also like added this kind of like a line in between, such that like only when certain two particles are close to each other, they would draw a line across, so that kind of ties back to the idea of like creating like a boundary and also kind of like balancing within multiple dimensions. I'll also be going over how all of these like systems and behaviors or movement will be tying to each other. I also want to kind of like show the video. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, now the slides also slightly like messed up, but so for just to talk quickly about like the color, I guess, of the visualistic choices, I want to have these particles to represent different types of events that occur throughout our like lives, and how these are in a constant flow of movement. So in the world, like there's a lot of events that happen, again, like around, that you perhaps may be part of or perhaps might not. And these events would kind of, in a sense, produce some sort of like different emotions that you would feel in these events. So like for that, I narrowed down to like 4 different like main emotions that a lot of people might have experienced in one way or another. So those would be like the passion, joy, lethargy, or kind of like sadness, the tiredness, or the fear. And then with that, I wanted to connect it, since like a lot of times like you don't just feel like a single emotion, but rather like kind of a mix of a lot. So these like kind of like a randomness behavior will also like add on to this idea of how different events are occurring with or without your choice. And then I also like made it such that only the particles that's around you would be attracted to your silhouette versus like the actual entirety of the particles coming at you, because again, you don't go through every single event that ever happened in the world. You only like go through certain like selective events that's around you. So that's the idea I wanted to produce with this like random generated ID particles. And these particles also have like their kind of instance of their lifespan, where the opacity will kind of fade over time, or like when it's, and then the new particle will be emerging from like transparency. Yeah. So that's the implementation. It's currently exhibited at NORCA as part of the Senior Art Show. It's interactive, so if you have time before May 13th, you can go check it out, interact with yourself. These are some of the videos and clips from the interaction itself. And I found it really interesting how people not only move and interact with the installation itself, but also like encourage people to people interaction. Like for example, in the second image, there are two people like trying to form a shape or like try to produce something greater than what they can produce on their own. So with that, I will open to any questions. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
The video on.
Yeah, it's right here.
Submit it to the
Oh,
website? Is that-
no, it's just like a click. Oh, interesting.
That's. Is the. Real question, but if you want to go ahead and, I don't even. I would love to see the video.
Oh, okay.
I do not see her shoe on. So
Right.
that's my.
Play
Good.
It's very slow.
But you can think of it like that, where depending on people's movement, it will, all the particles would be following their silhouettes. And then, oh, I also forgot to mention it real quick. I also added the sound effects to this. I added like the ambient sound, so that it's like an ambient sound that adds as if there's certain like flow going on. And then with that, there's also event-based chimes, like xylophone chimes, that's randomly generated based on two situations. When like two people merge to each other, as like they're getting so close that their silhouettes merge, then they would produce this like chime sound. Or another case, when people exit the exhibition or like the installation, then they'll also produce a chime, since I wanted to kind of like create also an event too. Oh, okay.
Sound is.
It might be. Yeah, I took this in the. Yeah. We can have the other video might be able to showcase sound better. We can see the audio charging.
Video.
Oops.
So.
Oh, I guess in this video they didn't exit at the end. But yeah, it's still at the NORCA, so feel free to check that out and experience it yourself. Yeah. Oop, I guess another video could be this. Although I'll just mute it for the background noise. But I also found like a lot of people like really running around and interacting, having so much fun, which was the whole point of this installation. I wanted to provide the joy to people through this like idea of interdependence.
Is it just, did body tracking or is it like throwing a hat on?
Oh, well, it's more like a depth camera silhouette tracking. So whatever objects that's in front of the camera, it will detect that's not the background. So if you do end up throwing a hat, it will still be undetected. And we'll have like particles going around it. Because again, I want to also encourage this to be more like object to object, with all the interdependence with the environment, not just like people. Yeah. Oh, yes. So those are also randomly generated. So each particles are randomly generated at like based on the location and also how many particles are on screen at the moment. So with that, there's like a random selection of the radius, because I also again wanted to portray this like emotions through these particles with different like events that happen across. And oftentimes these emotions also have the scale. Like you can feel like slight joy or like very excited for certain things. So like with that's kind of like what I wanted to portray with the particle size.
Can you speak to the movement? There's the movement of the tracking, but then there's also this kind of
Yeah.
Mhm.
So actually for the movement itself, from the perspective of the person in front, there's actually like not that much of a lag that happens. But then at the same time, I also wanted to create this to be, in a sense, balancing, like finding your own balance within this constant flow. So going back to like how different like particles are connected by a line if they're close to one another, those actually, if you stand in front of the piece itself, then some parts of your silhouette will be having certain lines that actually bounds the silhouette versus certain parts that aren't, with there like a lot of particles that's further apart. So that's kind of like the interaction that I was kind of like going for the movement, in a sense that based on like what you're doing, it will try to follow, but at the same time, there's always like a constant flow that's happening that perhaps like if you shift your like reference, like frame of reference, you might be able to find your own balance with it.
Do you find that the movement of the particles affects the behavior of the person?
Yes, actually, that's actually one of the behaviors that I've noticed, especially with a lot of audience. They found it to be more like a game at certain point, that like they would be willing to like go collect all the particles that ever pop up in the screen, or like just like running across, as what like this girl did in this video.
The challenge. to
Mhm.
see
Yes. So I really like the idea, because that again ties back to the interdependence, because it's not just like you communicating or interacting with this piece itself, but then the piece is also influencing how you decide what to do.
One final question, which is just as you were developing the idea and the process, what would you say the biggest challenges that you encountered?
Yes, actually, I would say the concept, like up to where I derived this like idea, took me the longest, because I was also personally going through these like questions myself, asking like, oh, how can I balance? Because oftentimes I find myself being too passionate to the point where I'd be like overwhelmed with work. And I was wondering like, oh yeah, where can I find like, in a sense, like a balance within this life? And that's kind of like led me to a lot of like philosophical and theoretical contents, or like the reading snippets, to be able to find the answer. And I'm glad I actually found the answer, which is like, in a sense, everything is interdependent and the world is all about like a reference, or everything is relative. Therefore, like frame of reference is what defines how you feel and how you intake this world. So yeah, I think I would say the concept would be the hardest.
Okay. But you feel satisfied
yes.
about how you were able to grapple with
Mhm.
that, what output produced to reference.
Yes, I'm very satisfied, especially with like how people, a lot of different audiences like were inspired, or like had, at least like from the point that they had a lot of joy. I'm very happy to see that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. I don't know. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for your patience. All right, I gotta pause that. I am gonna bring, where is it going at me? I have some chairs and stuff. I'm gonna just do this thing. It's you.
and on to another. I'm gonna run some chairs up and then I'll come back.
Will, the thing with your slides
First. So the idea why you had such us is that.
Yeah, as
But in particular, because we have a live stream and a Zoom recording, so we do, unless we can get it to that video.
yeah, okay.
But I am, Stephanie will need to come up, that's her computer and all the logins, can't get into.
Allow them sharing. And then just open it up on there.
Okay,
I'm setting that up.
I was gonna say, if you want me through that, or you can get us.
Yeah, it's not too hard.
I support, however, it's just, that's the.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
challenge.
that's like an important.
All right, can I just scooch this way a little bit, just so we can like. I think what I might actually do is like put these tables in a row, so people can sit at them. And I'm gonna go run some chairs up.
Okay.
Office.
And there's some more.
Scooch. We're just gonna make it. Just to make it more audience-like. Like, they don't have to be in a what, I want people to be able to get in. I'm gonna bring a bunch of chairs up from our office. Yeah, but I was thinking like. Again, that's one of what I'm not. Also, my slide's so wrong, like what happened? It's not how it goes. But yeah. Yeah. And then.
You probably didn't listen to the odds.
Yeah.
I took my power out. The odds are like not many people have gone.
Yeah.
I mean, the first. Yeah, the first one. I feel like I have my stuff together for this and this and nothing else. Yeah, I don't know. Like the work I did for this project is greater than the work I've done towards my employment.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no.
No, that's live. I think it's. Yeah, I know. Get anything. Oh, almost.
Also, they don't.
I think for future presentations, we can do one of two things. You just lived through it, so give us your feedback on it. I can have this be, this can be your spot. You change your slides right here. Or I think there's enough room that I can turn this over there and plug it in over there and be on that side. But it's gonna be the same thing. You're gonna have a computer next to you. Any thoughts?
Yeah, true.
Do not think it's a good idea to sit down. Just, yeah.
I'm glad that we got this. Thank you. Yes. Oh, yeah, also. No, it was too low, bro. It's gonna be like, yeah, there's yeah, they just have a bunch more. Okay. I think it's still like. Or rather.
Ridiculous thing about me. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get you started then. Approximately, yes. Okay. Give me 1 second to try to pull everything back up. I don't know how to use Max. So I don't know how to pull up all the things that were up before, but yeah, the thing is, we were in Google Drive and I may have closed all that stuff. No, thanks. Shoot.
Maybe you go up and then go to history.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is like, we were in Google Drive, but I hope it didn't sign. There we go. I know what shake ass is. That's funny. Like tap something. Here we go. Here we go. Here you are. Okay.
Okay. Hi, okay, I think because I created it in Google Slides, I think some of like the fonts didn't like convert, so it might look like a little bit weird, I think, but it's okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Shu Zhang. I'm part of the BCSA program studying computer science and fine arts, and today I'm going to talk about my BXA capstone growing pains. Oops. Okay. Okay, so first, before I kind of go into the project, I'm gonna recap a little bit about what I was thinking when I was a junior and just over a little bit of like where I was when I was formulating my plan to make my capstone. So at the beginning of my junior year, this was post-COVID, we were going back into an in-person model. I was feeling a little burnt out just from all the pandemic things and also just like some very challenging academic semesters. And so my plan was to really get back into physical forms of art making. And so here I have like a couple pieces that I made. I got into resin molds and also woodworking. And I also fell in love with soft sculpture. And I think I started to really focus in on soft sculpture as a medium. This is a bike that I made that was in some show that I can't remember anymore, but I really enjoyed this like form of combining like soft things with hard things and making them stand up. And so that's where I was at when I started formulating the plan for what I wanted to make. I'd also kind of want
like do a little bit of a shout out to all the exploration that I did within soft technologies. These are embroideries that I made, and this was using a program that Golan actually developed called Embroider, where and I also did some image processing on my own, and then I combined that with Embroider, and then I kind of plugged that all into an embroidery machine, and this is some of the stuff that it spit out. And so that was really fun, and I definitely want to continue that in the future. And I originally was gonna go this route, but I fell in love with something a lot more. So I'd like to do this in the future, but my capstone kind of encapsulates like what I really loved about soft sculpture. Okay, so for inspiration, around this time, there was this huge rush towards like AI art. And also there were these campaigns where people would make these furnitures or these fashion lines all based in AI, but they would look really real. I remember on Instagram, there was this Nike campaign where everyone was wearing these really gigantic caterpillar puffer jackets, but it was all like AI generated and it looked super real. And people were just having a trippy time kind of figuring out what's the difference between what was AI generated and what was physically created. And so I really loved this blur between these AI graphics and also blurring the line between what's digital and also what's real. This is Fruity by Frank Jacobus. Check it out, it's just a bunch of fruit chairs that are AI generated. And so this kind of fun concept was what I really was gravitating towards when I was thinking about what I wanted to finally make. This is Waterfall Arches by Cyril Lancelin. So this looks AI generated, but this was a real life installation done in a mall in Seoul. And this was the look that I was going for. This like inflatable, foldy, very like playful structure was something that I wanted to recreate. But also you're kind of questioning, is that AI? Like what is that? So this was the look that I was going for when I went into like my final sketches mode. Oh, and before I go into what I was actually doing, I just want to mention what I mean when I say tufting. So tufting is an art form where you have this gun and you feed yarn into this hole and then into this needle, and then you basically just stab a canvas a lot of times and it creates rugs. So that's what I mean by tufting. Okay, so for my final capstone sketches, I was really gravitating towards the structure of a chair, and I wanted to make this tubey looking structure. And I don't know why I was just really gravitating towards intestines at this time. I think I was like thinking about internal structures. I love this like continuous kind of blobby shape, and I wanted to achieve that with tufting and also create something that was like almost sittable. So brainstorming how to actually make this was super difficult actually, because I wanted it to be pretty like the tubes to be pretty big, which to like think about what can I use in my day-to-day that can achieve that look for me. It took me a long time basically. And so I settled on using these cement tubes where basically their regular use is you stick them in the ground and you pour cement in them, and then the cement will solidify and they provide structure for that. But they're actually these gigantic cardboard tubes that can provide a lot of structure to like a very tubular looking chair. So I bought a bunch of these and then I cut them down into 16-inch tubes basically. And I did a bunch of different orientations to see what is like the most continuous shape that I can achieve. And here you see like everything glued together. I had to put wooden blocks at the bottom because structurally it was not very structurally sound, because the tubes are so hollow that once you sit on it, it'll just like completely collapse on you. And then here I have like me initially planning out how I'm going to put some of like my tufted panels onto it and how I'm going to achieve like that intersection between like each tube. I call them macaroni ends. And so a big challenge that I had was, how do I make these macaroni ends? And that was actually the thing that I spent probably the majority of my time contemplating. This is a picture that I took on campus where I was just walking around and I was like, that's like what I want to achieve. But lo and behold, creating that structure out of cardboard is not very easy, because I didn't realize there was so much math involved with like making a structure like that. And I couldn't just like randomly cut cardboard at an angle and hope that it would work. As you saw in like my previous slide, you can see I kind of attempted it there, but it's not angular enough, and I just got very confused. So what I ended up doing was going back to the drawing board and reshaping the shape with muslin, and I found that this structure worked a lot for me. And this is a picture of when I was initially planning it out with the tufting canvas. And so this was the shape that I created, I think 6 times, and I would tuft the entire thing and I would sew it. And ultimately I got this fortune cookie shape and it actually worked out. And it was pretty structurally sound because tufted material is very like sturdy. And when I put it in the tubes, it gives you this intersecting kind of curve shape, which I really loved. And yeah, from there, I spent a lot of time reinforcing everything with expanding foam and just making sure that it was all like very structurally sound. You can actually sit on this, but right now it's in the Miller ICA and I'm scared that like kids will climb on it and then it will just like break. So I told them not to let people sit on them. But yeah, so it was, I think, a really rewarding process to go through this iteration of like, how do I achieve this thing to look this way? And just to keep going at it until I got to this. So once I got the internal structure figured out, it was just a matter of tufting everything. So I basically tufted 3 giant panels, and that is like front, and there's also like a back. And then tufting these macaroni intersections took me so much time actually, because each one is like their own canvas, because I was trying to like figure out, okay, a 2D plane and I wanted to like form it into a 3D plane. How am I going to basically account for like circumferences, and also how am I going to account for like the loss of fabric? And so I did a lot of math, and then after all of that math, I figured out that a certain shape and a certain size of what the macaroni 2D patterns had to be, and I basically tufted a lot after that, like 60-hour work week. Like I would be like, I get up and I would be like, okay, go to the studio. And upon formation, this was the thing that I finally produced out of it. These are some pictures of it in the Miller ICA, which you can still go see. I think everything is up until May 13th, I want to say. And yeah, so I think creating this was like a little bit painful, but also like a really fun process of just doing this thing that I had previously done a lot of work in, but kind of pushing myself to do a new technique every single time, trying to figure out something that I just did not understand as I went. And I think in the future, I definitely like to pursue more like internal organ furniture. I think that's super fun. My classmates told me to do kidney pillows, or like, this is like the large intestine, so for like a small intestine, I should make like a stool or something like that. It has like an add-on. And to maybe just like do a whole collection of just internal organ furniture based off of this like tufting technique that I kind of developed over time. And I have like a lot of tidbits if anyone's interested, because I just had to do a lot of shortcuts because sometimes things just take a lot of time. And yeah, that's pretty much my entire process of like creating my capstone and what I'm thinking for the future. Any questions?
I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but I am really rather intrigued by this idea of not only the internal intestines are so fascinating thing for so long, right? Like when you stretch them out, they're this massive amount, but then when they're compressed, they have different activities function. And like thinking you mentioned earlier on about how you're interested in this idea that are soft, sort of acting to represent something that's normally hard and yet so good structure and support. Did you ever consider inflatables as part of this, like even just balloons to support the structure?
I think I initially went from, I want to do something tufted, and then that's how I kind of like reached it. I think if I were to go back and attempt inflatables, I would definitely have to think about, because initially I was like, I want a chair. So I think if I went the inflatable route, it would be a lot more difficult to get that chair look, I want to say. But I think for like more sculptural pieces, I would probably definitely gravitate more towards inflatables. But something about my love for just stabbing a canvas over and over again for hours. Maybe want to produce something like this. Yeah.
You tip it over and something, but
I want to say you can definitely tip it over and it's still structurally sound. I don't know if you can sit in it because for the back panel, I didn't put that much structuring. It's not designed to pretty much be sat in any other way besides the way that I was sitting in it,
Okay.
which I would definitely go back to reinforce the chair aspect of it, but I was running out of time, so I just put it all on.
For future work, well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm like, I went to college in an era where inflatable furniture was a thing. And it had just become a thing. So I remember my mother getting really excited to send me in my freshman year an inflatable chair, because that's what everybody had. And they worked as long as you had a ton of air in them, but not really. I mean, you can actually still buy stuff like that now because the 90s are nostalgic, right? But you could get inflatable sofas, but they were imagine like the ring that you use to swim in, like that kind of plastic. So it wasn't very comfortable, and unless it was extremely heavily inflated.
Is it like durable at all, or would it just like?
I mean, reasonably, although the ironic thing is, of course, is it was mostly marketed to teenagers and college students in dorms who are not known for being like real gentle on their stuff. So that's a thing. All right, Mia, come on up. So folks, I just want to remind you, we are going a little bit over right now in terms of time. Everybody will have enough time, but keep your presentations tight. Remember to make sure that you give you enough time to talk about the conclusion as opposed to the lead up to it. Short and sweet, but exciting. All right. Okay. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Hi everyone, I'm Mia. My concentrations are computer science and design, and this is my capstone project. The title is Pixel Pulse, hand-drawn and generated comics for computer science enthusiasts. So I will talk about how I came to making this project for my capstone and also the current state of my project. So this is actually the work spans over a year from my junior year, I'd say. So yeah. So I've always had an interest in teaching. And since sophomore year, I became a teaching assistant. And the first class I TA'd for was 15150, this introductory CS class. So as a TA, I wanted to make something that's welcoming and engaging for students with various level of technical background, because this was such an introductory class. Some people are still trying to see if CS is their thing. So I created these articles with a lot of narratives and creative storytelling about some of the complicated topics being taught in the course. And as a design student, it was really natural for me to start drawing these little pictures that go with my metaphors and narratives. So here are some of the snippets I had in my little Medium articles. So from there, I joined a research project called Penrose. So it's a graphics platform that allows you to make these really beautiful diagrams by just typing in plain mathematical expressions. So even when I was in this project as a research assistant, I was developing their first ever technical handbook that teaches the underlying theory behind everything you need to know about the system and actually getting it to run. But even when I'm writing very technical documents, I still found ways to personify these. So for example, Penrose needs 3 files to compile and actually generate a diagram. So here I have these little personifications of each of the individual files as a little character that you can kind of get a sense of what each file does just in a glance without having to read into the really technical documents. So just creative storytelling is something that I'm really passionate about. And I just enjoy being this translator or converter of knowledge that I take in some complicated technical topics and I can output something that's very welcoming, engaging, and easily understood by people with various backgrounds. So that's kind of one of my biggest passions. Then I took one of my favorite class, computer graphics, and I started making these educational comics just for fun. And actually, I was recommended by the professor at the time, Keenan Cray, to start posting these on Twitter because he personally really enjoyed them. So I made a Twitter account, and surprisingly, a lot of people really enjoyed my content. So I keep on making more. I think at the moment I have around like 50 to 60 individual frames of technical concepts. So now I'm ready to talk about the current state of my project. For my capstone, I have two parts to my project. The first part is design and the second part is computer science. So for the design portion of my capstone, I made this compilation, this gift, and the symbol of the wonderful people who have touched my life and influenced my journey here at Carnegie Mellon in profound ways. So I made this little booklet that's a compilation of all the comics I've done. So I have a physical copy here. So, sure. Yeah, so here's another mock-up. I chose some very specific spreads that I really enjoyed. Here is a spread on anti-aliasing methods. As you can see here, I have some letter characters and I have them doing some of the main features of the specific techniques. So I want to make this into just a very engaging narrative instead of a boring technical document. So hoping that it will make this field more welcoming and attract more people to be in this field. Here is a spread on ray tracing, one of the most important things you can learn in computer graphics. So I go from very surface level. So I first talk about the physics behind it, how it motivated us to have some mathematical model to simulate it with computers. So I can go from very easily understood material to very mathematical and rigorous technical concepts. Here is another one on rendering pipeline. So here I have this character called Rennie the Render Bunny. So I make these little characters that are present throughout different series of the concept. And we see this whole process of how you actually get an image rendered. So we follow the journey of this little Rennie the Bunny here throughout the pipeline. Here is another one on image compression. I go through some of the most popular and well-known techniques that are used on a day-to-day basis. So here again, we have another bunny. They are called Connie, the compression bunny. So yeah, it's just something I like making these names for my characters and just having them do things. For example, let's talk about, so here. So one really easily understood compression technique is, let's say you have a floating point number, but you don't have enough storage space. So you would cut the you cut the numbers after the digit. So basically 1.5462 would be reduced to 1. So that gives you a tighter space that you can just store a lot more data with. So that's here I just have the bunny cutting one of the logs. So yeah. Also I make these kind of quirky Valentine's Day cards with computer graphics concepts just for fun. Yeah, also I cover some materials on machine learning and deep learning. So here I have something on GANs, on transformers, diffusion model and autoencoder. So here you see, instead of a series of comics, I try to capture the whole idea within just one static frame. So I really enjoy exploring these constraints I put on myself to talk about these complex technical topics. Yeah, so here I have gradient descent and linear regression. Yeah, so now we can talk about the second portion of my capstone. So I have this engineering experimentation of developing generative systems for comic artists. So I've been working as a research assistant for Professor Junyan Zhu in the generative intelligence lab here for around a year now. So the computer science portion of my project is essentially I want to develop this pipeline, the system that allows comic artists to input their current comics and get this model that can spit out whatever frames they want to generate in the future. It's a work in progress. So, sorry, this is wrong. So the underlying technique I'm using is diffusion models, but I don't want to go into the technical details here, but I have a little comic on this. So basically at the very top, very high level, we have the forward diffusion where you add noises to images, and we have another step of reverse denoising where we try to learn the mapping from noise to image. That's all. I will not talk about the technical details anymore. But yeah, so I'm actually using one variation of the diffusion model by Newper, and I've been working with her in this research lab. So it was a great experience. So I helped her actually debug some of her examples. Yeah, so here are some of the results I have at the moment. So here I have some of the generative drawings of my meerkat that I have in my machine learning comics. So here you see it actually learned really well, and it even generalizes to realistic renderings. So it follows the geometric proportion I have for the meerkat space. So the model is able to really just learn super well how my meerkat looks. But it sort of fails on my Rennie the render bunny. I think it's because of how I have this little hat that covers portions of the face in different frames. So it's just unable to understand what's the actual appearance of the face. The next step I tried is, since in a comic you have multiple characters, so I wanted to see if my model can actually learn both of my characters at the same time. And as you can see here, it's not doing that well. It's an open research problem. It's called multi-concept training. So here you see it's trying to put bunny ears on my meerkat, or there's like one gigantic bunny ear on a meerkat. So it's not doing that well. So this is a technical exploration I want to further explore in my graduate studies, and that's my capstone. Thank you.
I have to say that even if it doesn't work well, as far as like the model did not return the result that you wanted, it looks cool as hell. Like, so like as an accidental outcome, that's still pretty neat. Folks, you can go ahead and move up, grab a seat, please. Whether you want to be alone or not, if you want to be alone.
That's okay, I can be.
Does anybody have a question for me?
Do you sell that book?
Yeah.
Will you be selling it?
Yeah.
Yeah, how will it be distributed or accessed?
I've only been giving them to some of the professors, but I'm looking to, I want to self-publish a book by the end of my master's. So yeah. Maybe you can buy my book. Then yeah.
I really hope that this does become available to people as a learning tool, as something that's fun. We're happy to continue talking to you about that, but absolutely, I think this is something you should consider as you go forward. Thank you so much, Mia. John, you can go ahead and come on up. We are running a little bit behind. Everybody will still get done though. Yeah, come on in and
we will grab a few more chairs when there's time. So, okay, this is so cute. Kind of obsessed with it. Yeah,
I'm officially present.
I keep closing the thing I want.
And so is the screen share, the screen share is a full tab. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because,
Hold on 1 second.
yeah, I'm planning on doing a little website demo.
We have like ongoing tech issues all day and only compounded by the fact that I don't know how to use a Mac. So like even the keyboard is like weird to me.
Yeah, no, I feel it's like
I
very different.
rolled around that theme. I went too fast. And like there's nothing inherently that difficult. It's just like literally the response time is different.
Yeah, right. So like you kind of instinctively click on something.
Yeah,
but you have to,
exactly.
like, keep
And
going.
I have always found that the spacing and feel of the keyboard is different. And it's just one of the things that you get used to over time.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to do it like quickly. All right, so I'm going to put this into the slideshow view. And then did you say you needed to get to?
Yeah, there's one point of the demo. On
So I
Slides.
believe that the easiest way to do it is going to escape from full screen and then you
just
can
pull
come back.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So you do have just to remind everyone, you have a total of 15 minutes that is meant to include questions and comments. So
Yeah.
you're
Sure. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is John, and today I'm going to be presenting my BXA capstone, which is called Nodes and Notes, a graph theory informed approach to chord progression generation. We'll start with kind of some technical definitions because it gets a little bit technical in both the music and the computer science directions. So graphs, so this is in the computer science direction. Graphs are one of the many methods to store data in computers, not to be confused with graphs in the traditional, like kind of non-technical sense. And they're really composed of these things and the relationships between them. And those are encoded in the computer. So the nice thing about graphs is that they can be applied to represent so many different things. One option is like social media connections. So we can see on that image to the right, like, you know, for example, you can write out like all the people you know on Facebook and then make little lines for who's friends with who. You can also represent cities. So for example, that bottom center image is the Southwest Flight Network in the contiguous US. And so we can see in this case, the things are the cities and the relationships are kind of what flights run between which cities. And graphs can get pretty customizable and pretty complex. These edges can be either directed or undirected, as in, you know, for Facebook, we consider it an undirected edge because if you're friends with somebody else, you know they're going to be friends with you. It's kind of like a two-way symmetric thing. But in Twitter, it can be asymmetric. You might follow some celebrity, and of course, they might not follow you back. You could also like do different weights on the edges. So for example, in the flight example, you might want to like look at this graph and be like, okay, how can I get from Boston to Phoenix? And you can think, okay, like what do I want to optimize for? Do I want to optimize for the fewest number of flights? Do I want to optimize for the fewest like emissions, the fastest time, the shortest distance? And those can be encoded into the edges. And when you run a graph search, which is what that would be, you know, trying to get from one place to another in a graph, you'll be interacting with that information. And then now the other side is chords. I think these are probably more well-known outside of music, but it's just a collection of notes in harmony. Also, I apologize if the spacing got kind of weird when this got converted to a PowerPoint. Yeah, so it's a fundamental building block in most Western music and Western influenced music. And chords, according to the kind of like traditionalist Western rules, have natural relationships with one another. And they're often denoted using Roman numerals. So one, or like, you know, represented by the Roman numeral I is the home or tonic chord. And then each other Roman numeral represents a different chord related to that tonic chord. And certain chords, you know, you can go, for example, from 4 to 5 is considered okay. From 5 to 4 is considered, you know, not okay. And chord progressions are just sequences of chords where each pair of consecutive chords follows these rules. Those are just some images of different chords, different chord progressions really represented the same way using just strings of chords where each consecutive pair follows the rules. And so we can kind of see where this is going, right? We have these things, the chords, and the relationships between them, as in which chords can lead to which other chords. And so this is where I was making this connection. So this characterization of chords naturally leads to representing them using graphs. So on the lower right here is the graph that I use in my project. So I have, what is it, 7 chords? And each, you can see there's kind of like it looks like no rhyme or reason to which arrows are going where. Some of them go both ways, some of them only go one way. And my idea was that you could search this graph of chords to find satisfying chord progression given some constraints. And I'll talk later about how exactly I allow for that customization. But right now I allow for, you can set the starting chord, you can set the ending chord, and you can set the length of the chord progression. And generating chord progressions is super useful for a multitude of reasons, some of which being, composition, because especially Western classical music, chord progressions lay the groundwork for most of the form of a piece, as well as what melodies can work over a chord progression. And so it's a really nice way to kind of get some interesting ideas for composition. And it's also really fun for improvisation. So when people do improvised music, it's generally improvised over some sort of chord progression. And so generating a chord progression can be a fun way to kind of provide some inspiration for an improvised piece. So now I'll be talking about my approach, and we'll see this all in action in a moment. So it might seem a little confusing at first, but my main idea was I wanted to create an interface to generate chord progressions, given these constraints and given the relationships between the chords. And I wanted to allow for a lot of customizations that the user could kind of set things that they wanted. And this was kind of as an inspiration from my Capstone advisors, was to provide a decent amount of visualization options for the chord progressions, because they can be pretty confusing and it can get a little technical. So I think it's pretty fun to be able to visualize it in a few different ways to see, each person's going to have their own thing that kind of works best for their mind. And Will here actually helped me kind of get started with the visualization stuff, because I was not as well versed in animation and visual coding. So yeah, and my 3 visualization options that I've implemented so far. The first one I call bubbles, and that's just there's a little circle for each chord progression, or for each chord, excuse me. And when you generate the progression, when a chord plays, its corresponding circle lights up. So relatively simple. I'll skip hexagons because that's the most complicated. Piano is relatively simple also. It just visualizes a piano keyboard, and when a chord plays, the corresponding notes light up on the piano. Then hexagons, this is something completely unknown to me before I worked on this project, but on an accordion, the keys are arranged in this hexagonal pattern. And to quickly get technical, basically each column going down goes down a major fifth, and then each between each column, going up and to the left is a major third, and up and to the right is a minor third, I believe. And so the cool thing is that this allows all of that to say that this allows chords to be represented using a triangle. So it's kind of this clustered thing, which is kind of cool. So that allows for just a different visualization. It was not something I had been aware of, but it was pretty cool to try to implement that as well. And then in perhaps a confusing, double meaning visualizer graph is not relating to the graphs that I was just talking about, but instead a function of using plotting chord as a function of time. So this has kind of, it traces the chord progression almost as a line graph, where the chords are listed in order, and you go jump around to which chord is playing at which time. I use P5.js, which is a JavaScript library for creative coding, which I'd been unfamiliar with before, but thankfully it was relatively user-friendly. And I had a lot of fun messing around with all the different functionality it has. And I got my piano samples from the University of Iowa Electronic Music Studios. They just have a big database of a lot of different music sounds. Cool. And now I'll be doing that. Oh, I don't think the link made its way, but that is okay. Okay. Is it typing? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Cool. So this is my project. Yeah, I worked with a lot of different just kind of setup stuff, and eventually was able to publish it online, which is super nice so that anybody can access it. And I have some basic information on the right side about how it works. I might zoom in a little bit actually. Will that work? Yeah. Okay, that's better. And this is just instructions for especially a user who isn't getting this presentation. But most of this stuff I've kind of already talked about. So yeah, I'll just kind of do a couple demos with it so y'all can see what the deal is. yeah, so we have sliders for progression length. And we can see it kind of like changes the x-axis of the graph to match it. Then we can set starting chord, ending chord, and the key as well. So we allow for different transposition options. So let's just try like something like this. So this is the bubble visualizer. I'm not, you know where the audio will come through? It might just come through the computer, but hopefully that'll still be audio. And so that's an example of how the bubble visualizer works. You can try with the hexagonal one and maybe mess around a little bit with some of these different functionalities. Yeah, so the fun thing about the like graph thing down here, where the chord progression is plotted, is that you can kind of see the ways in which the visual that you look at reflects, like kind of compares, contrasts with the chord progression that you're hearing. And I made it so that it kind of like jumps around and traces, and it also is, I just kind of arbitrarily chose green to represent when a major chord is being played, and blue to represent a minor chord. Minor chords are thought of as more like, you know, serious, sad, and major chords are like more happy. And then we can also do the visualizer using the piano. Let's try changing the key, changing some stuff. And so, yeah, that's also an example just using the piano visualizer. So yeah, this is basically what I ended up with, and I'm still working on it. There's still, it feels like one thing that I really liked about this project is that there's kind of always something that I can do, always something I can add, more functionality or customization that I can allow for. So I'm going to talk about that quickly as kind of a conclusion. Okay, cool. Yeah, so moving forward, I do want to keep working on this project. It's been really fun. And I also feel like it was a bit of a learning curve to get a decent familiarity with how to use P5.js and how to use all the tools that contribute to this project. And I feel like now that I'm past that learning curve, I kind of want to make the most of having worked through that. And so I want to add more functionality, like different instrument sounds. Right now I only have piano. Before I had just like this like beeping noise, which was like really bad. And then I upgraded to piano. I kind of want to upgrade to like allow for, you know, different instruments, maybe even like voices would be cool, because I know that's helpful as well. Also to force the inclusion or exclusion of certain chords, because in music, if a chord progression goes back to like the tonic home one chord, that like kind of sounds like a stopping point. And so at least personally, I feel like it's nice to be able to say like, okay, give me one that feels like it's one long kind of idea instead of one that like stops and starts and then stops again. So forcing inclusion or exclusion of certain chords could be a really good idea. Also adding the option to play chords outside the key. What this means in a non-musical way is just kind of like, I don't know, it sounds a little bit more like interesting, obscure, spicy, and that allows for a lot more complexity. The problem with that is that the graph and like the relationships between the chords is pretty baked into the code that I did. So that would be a bit more difficult to implement, but I think it could be really fun. And then also to allow for the user to download the progression that gets generated as a MIDI file, because these progressions, I mean, if somebody really likes one, they might want to, you know, drag it to some other application. And right now, MIDI chord progression packs get like sold online for money, and I think that's really silly because like the chord progressions are like, it's not rocket science. And so to be able to allow for that would be really cool, and then have this like free tool that can replace having to like pay for these MIDI chord progression packs. And that's an area that I'm less familiar with because I haven't done a whole lot of like in like the MIDI world, but it was recommended by one of my Capstone advisors, and I thought it'd be a really cool way to expand upon this product as well. But yeah, that's the conclusion of my presentation. I just want to thank you all so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I feel like there's so many different cool directions that you could take this. And I know you mentioned have you thought about turning it into sort of a step sequencer? I feel like, or like you could go either try to make a web-based instrument, or you could try and flesh out the graph theory component, because I think that's also really interesting. Like, yeah, like you could just run extras and then like hear it. That would actually honestly be really cool. Yeah, like that's almost like those like sorting algorithms that get visualized with sound.
Yeah, but like the
Yeah.
data can actually personify in a more, visual.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, at the beginning of my project, I was thinking about like different graph algorithms and how they would translate to this, but I was just kind of thinking in the narrow space of like, oh, like what's gonna make corporations that sound cool. But I think that also could be a cool way to just like visualize graph algorithms in a way that would be interesting. Yeah, I really like that idea.
Maybe that's like sort of exists in the possibilities of future applications that would be beyond you having fun with it. Like, are there, ways that other people may want to encounter this or could use this in some specific benefit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Jen.
Thank you.
Mine's also purple.
Okay, it's also a PowerPoint. That's okay. This is what you want though, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna return it to slideshow view.
Yeah.
And then you can go ahead and start.
But in any case, we're going to turn to Sarah's presentation.
Hello, everyone. So my name's Sarah, and today I'm going to be talking about the project that I did over the past spring 2023 semester called Playful Foods. First, I'd like to go over what exactly I'm talking about today. So first, I'll go over my motivation, like original motivations for this project, then the research I undertook, then preparation, production, and then my conclusions and takeaways. So first, motivation, I was primarily inspired by how like eating as a social concept changed over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. I know me personally, I always associated eating as a social act, like potlucks, parties, family meals, they always were about centering yourself within a community space. So it felt really interesting how that kind of aspect of communal spaces were taken away during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I wanted to play off of that sort of comfort and discomfort in that, I feel like that interesting dialogue. This project is actually a continuation of some noodle-based research that I did in fall 2022 into food making and sharing, which I'll elaborate more right now. Basically, in my fall 22 semester, I did a bunch of experiments with my housemates where I basically made them eat various kinds of foods. And it was an observation into different kinds of eating etiquette. I also played around with many various forms of experimental capture, including binaural microphones, 360 cameras, infrared cameras. And as an example, I put in one experiment, I made one of my housemates eat a single noodle that I boiled. And yeah, she couldn't finish it because it was too long. But that particular experiment was what I decided to base Playful Foods around. And I decided for this semester, I wanted to expand it into a sculptural and installation work, in addition to just like creating the noodle. So going into research, how exactly do you create a single noodle that like is even like eatable? So there are lots of factors to consider, especially since like if you have a noodle that is that long, it would just snap under its own weight. How exactly would you boil it? Since I didn't have like an industrial extruder, how exactly do you maintain the thickness of this noodle while you're boiling it? Which goes into questions about like the dough's properties, like how can you make it elastic so that it doesn't break? Like what's the amount of liquid that you add to it? And fortunately, in traditional Chinese cuisine, there's a thing called a longevity noodle, which sometimes is like a single noodle that is served
usually on people's birthdays to be like symbolizing long life and stuff. So I had that basis to go off of, but then I did my own research into like how exactly dough's properties can be manipulated, which ended up with these three solutions. One, I could change the gluten content of the flour I was using. So for example, I ended up using bread flour, which has about 12 to 14% gluten content, as opposed to like all-purpose flour, which has a lower percentage of gluten. I could also add yeast to it because like the fermentation could also make the dough softer and fluffier and maybe more easy to handle. And then also rest time, because when you allow the dough to rest, that allows the gluten structures to unwind and then make it more readily manipulated. So based on that and a couple other tests that I did, including like just straight up using pizza dough or adding egg or oil, this sort of spiral placement that I did of the dough, hopefully to like maintain a long shape, and then also changing the variable lengths that I would rest the dough, like as opposed to 2 hours, like overnight. I ended up with this final plan, which I put on the right, which basically is a combination of different aspects of the things that I tested that also ended up like boosting so like incorporating different aspects of things that I tested in addition to just like overall convenience of acquiring these ingredients. So yeah, that was the recipe that I went with. As I mentioned before, I wanted to expand this just to like further than just the noodle making aspect. I wanted to create a whole installation where basically you'd be able to eat with me virtually. So in order to eat these noodles, you need, well, you don't necessarily need utensils, but that's probably the first thing I think of when you eat something. So I made utensils. So I made 2 spoons, 2 forks, 2 knives, and these are all made out of felting wool. I was really inspired by surrealist artists like Merritt Oppenheim and also like Robert Gober, who made a bunch of like surrealist works surrounding ways of eating food. Robert Gobert's like hair cheese, which is like a bunch of strands of hair and a block of cheese. So I just really wanted to play with that playful aspect. So there is also another set of, because I mentioned that there were 2 of each, so that's the other set of utensils that I created. You also need a vessel to hold the food in. So I ended up making a bunch of plates and a teacup and saucer. And these I ended up using like a variation of basket weaving and needle felting, basket weaving for additional structure to the vessels. Otherwise, like if I just use needle felting, it would sort of fall apart. And also needle felting to like continue on with that sort of like playful texture. Another thing was, oh, you need a place to eat. So then I made a table and a chair for you to eat at. These particular furniture items, I ended up modifying using like insulation foam, felting wool, glitter, spray paint, just to have like a more visually cohesive set piece at the end of it. And also to zoom in on this chair, I also made the seat cushion using a sewing machine, just like, so I felted, needle felted 36 squares, sewed them all together with free motion quilting. And then the spikes, I created a mold of a spike and then hand glued 18 spikes onto the back of the chair. This was, this had like a twofold purpose because it prevented viewers from like sitting on the insulation foam on the back of the chair, but it also encouraged them to sit straight while they were eating with me, which I thought was like a nod to like etiquette rules and stuff. So finally, this is also a performance piece. So I was also really thinking about how exactly I can make everything look textiles based. So I just decided, hey, why not just knit my entire wardrobe? So I ended up knitting all of these things, the balaclava, the bolero, the keyhole scarf, the cowl, the knit choker. And I just want to emphasize that this knit choker in particular was using algorithmic textile design. So for this, basically, I used a or like I coded in JavaScript to output a knit-out file, which would be sent to these machines, which basically knitted out the choker way faster than anything I could do in real time. So to continue off of that, finally, obviously you need the food if you want to eat food. So using the noodle recipe that I created earlier on in the semester, I created the noodle. This is it in the bowl while I was eating it. And then I also wanted to design a full course, not necessarily full course, but I always thought like, oh, you have an entree, you better have a dessert that goes with it. So I made a banana-based dessert, which is a banana peel stuffed with banana bread. And the way that I did that was basically I took cross sections of the banana, created corresponding cross sections in the banana bread, and then held them together with icing so that it would maintain that like structural integrity while I transported it to the bowl. So production, obviously I'm going to be eating all these things. So where exactly am I filming this? I just included these details for transparency. Like I filmed this in the chroma key studio with the intention of keying out my background with something also textile based. So I created a background in Blender that is like yarn inspired. So basically you can see on the walls and the floor, there's like this like threaded yarn texture. And then I also want to zoom in on some of the wall hangings that I included in this background. Some of the pictures are of the default Zoom backgrounds. And then I also included as sort of like a meta effect, the foods that I was actually eating in this video. I feel like it gives it that sort of like, this is not a place that is rooted in any particular time feeling to it. And then audio, since I use this default space Zoom background, I included audio from space. So, okay. There was the final video here with some of the sounds that I had. Maybe I should just.
You click on the YouTube at the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the,
Or put that into the.
Yeah.
And we are at.
Yeah, sorry.
Correct, but the only thing is, I know there's nothing. It's a cash. And this. Right here.
Oops. Yes, what?
Was it for you?
I was able to load it, but I feel like I should just get on with it. So maybe I should just skip that part and then go on.
It is.
Yeah, so like that was the video portion of it. Hopefully if it'll continue playing. So this is the actual installation of the work that is on display at the Miller right now. And conclusions, I just learned a lot. I didn't know how to use a sewing machine before this semester. I learned how to basket weave. I didn't know how to make a single noodle prior to the semester. That's such a weird sentence to say, but and then I have a bunch of acknowledgements, basically all the professors I worked with, Stephanie, Carrie, my advisors, and also my classmates, my housemates and family. And then
One quick question. I'm curious if you ended up with any fibers in your mouth.
I did.
A lot. Okay. So that was something you were intending or expecting to happen?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair of working with textiles. It is a very interesting contrast to have hairs and food. Okay. Okay. All right. Put you in slideshow format.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Cass. My presentation today will be about documentation for documentarians, which is a research project towards a goal-oriented virtual reality nonfiction experience design framework.
And those are a lot of words, and I'll break them down further in the presentation. Just a bit about me. I'm a self-design major. My major is called Interdisciplinary Art and Media Studies, and I also do human-computer interaction. So that all saying together, it is essentially just art, psychology, and computer science. And I've gotten very excited about research in my time here. My particular research interests come into focus around using creative technology for learning and psychological change. And over the last year, I've developed this much larger research project that is inspiring a lot of the work that I'll be doing in the future that I'm calling the Immersive Art Protection Plan. And documentation for documentarians is kind of a sub research portion of my larger research project called the Immersive Art Protection Plan. Just a little bit of background about the Immersive Art Protection Plan. When I was a sophomore, I took a class of critical theory where I learned about futurism, which is this movement that I was very interested in because of its relationship with science and innovation at the time. They were essentially using a visual medium to express the innovation, the mechanical innovations at the time, like cars and airplanes, and like more theoretical innovation, like Einstein's theory of relativity. All of these innovations changed the way that people understood the nature of time and space. And that was reflected in futurism through its like ability to communicate speed and energy and motion. As you can see in this painting on the left, elasticity, it illuminates the practice of dynamism, which is the use of contorted forms and bright colors to express motion. And so, yeah, like I said, I was very interested in it for its relationship with STEM. And then that was 3 years ago. Last semester, I took a class called Persuasive Design in the HCI department, which is all about using psychological theory to inform the way that we design media in order to affect change through the experience of the media. And I learned about this practice called perspective taking, where the user who has an identity is essentially exposed to another identity through these media psychology theories in order to get them to inhabit the identity of the other in order to allow them to gain empathy for that identity. And so I was thinking about, this is a VR, which is a medium that I'm very interested in, is very effective at perspective taking because it's totally immersive. And so I connected these two systems of immersivity through futurism's political intent. And back in futurism, at the time of futurism, it was very tightly knitted with fascism in Italy. And so they used the connection with immersion and science to honestly manipulate the public about the sort of information that they wanted them to believe in. And so I'm thinking 100 years later, we have technology that is so much more effective at essentially manipulating people into believing what we want them to, what kind of reality we want them to see. And how do we prevent our artists who use this sort of technology from being taken advantage of in the same way that futurist artists were 100 years ago? And so this is my project about kind of establishing what sorts of psychological practices we must have in order to prevent that sort of future from happening, and what that means in an artistic context, how we can integrate science with art in a way that, like, what is that necessarily design? Can it still be considered art when you apply psychology to an art project? So that's what I'm thinking about. Specifically, the questions that I'm asking, the whole research question, how do we prevent today's immersive media and artists from being weaponized? But then it's broken down into some subcategories. What would this dystopia look like? What qualifies an experience as immersive? And then the questions that I'm focusing on for documentation for documentarians are the last two questions. What are the psychological effects of immersive media? And given these effects, what design and ethical factors must we consider when creating immersive art? I'm going to skip this part just because time. And so going back to these two pieces of media, elasticity and this perspective taking documentary film about a Black child who experiences racism. I was thinking about what kind of information they're trying to convey. And both of these pieces of media, whether or not the reality that they're communicating is true, they are trying to communicate a reality, the facts of the current state of existence. And typically in media, that's considered nonfiction, where the medium is trying to teach the viewer about something that reflects reality. So 100 years ago, futurism was the immersive tactic, is what I'm calling it, was painting. But in VR, I'm wondering what sorts of non-fictional media could be manipulated for us to start to believe a reality that isn't actually true. So some sorts of virtual reality nonfiction can be split into a couple categories: VR journalism, VR documentary, serious games, which are games that are intended to teach people about something, and VR art installations, which I've made a couple of them in the past. And in particular, I'm really interested in participatory art as non-fictional media, for its potential to collect data about the community and visualize it. And so all of these sorts of media are created to deliver knowledge about the state of reality. And so I'm wondering, how does the experience of this media affect the way that we interpret it? So documentation for documentarians is more of my formal research into this space. And so I've gathered a lot of literature on the subject. I broke it down into 4 categories. The first are the psychological effects of VR nonfiction, which there's actually a bunch of this work already, especially in immersive journalism, which is using VR and 360 video to communicate like news stories and like ethnographic content. So one of the biggest themes in virtual reality studies right now is what's called the empathy machine. This guy, Chris Milk, who is a VR documentarian, I think, he established in a TED Talk I think about 10 years ago, that VR is considered an empathy machine for its ability to create empathy in the users that experience that media. But in the last sort of media theory studies, this has been questioned for many reasons, just simply because of the psychological effects that are associated with those sorts of experiences. So just without getting into many details, it can be affective experiences, behavioral experiences, cognitive experiences. VR has a lot of different psychological effects. There's also the topic of the ethics of VR nonfiction, which have to do with forced empathy, which is what people who are questioning Chris Milk's concept of the empathy machine, they believe that if you subject a person to this really intense visceral experience and they potentially are not like able to process it, is that an ethical process to do? Poverty porn is also another idea about like essentially taking the viewer outside of the like inspiring or like heartbreaking situation in order to give them like the learning experience. Audience identity, reliability in terms of like how, if the way that we communicate the data is truthful enough and that we can use it as fact. And finally, the neutrality of the data, making sure that if we're trying to communicate news, that there isn't any sort of bias from the way that we've designed the communication. Communicative effectiveness of VRNF, which is essentially goes into the neutrality. Does this communicate exactly what we want to communicate? And then finally, there have been some design guidelines for specific VR nonfiction media that have already been created, specifically for documentary and immersive journalism. There's also a couple serious games design frameworks, but there is pretty much nothing about how we should design art installations ethically. And so this project is a proposal essentially into some experiments that could be run about immersive art and how we sort of ethically create those. So I've identified a bunch of different variables that I want to test in the future. I'm going to grad school and studying this sort of stuff. So the overarching category of the differences in these experiences have to do with the medium, which I identified earlier as journalism, documentary, games, and art. And different sorts of variables I've identified include content, which is the type of the knowledge gained from the experience, familiarity, which is the extent of the user's knowledge of the content going into the experience, proximity, the content's relevant to the user, agency, the level of interactivity, realism, the level of visual fidelity, which is essentially like whether it's a simulated environment or a photorealistic environment, abstraction, the level of the narrative or visual metaphor, perspective, the user's role in the narrative, relation, the role of other humans during the user's experience, and timing, the order of the narrative elements. I'm going really fast here. So next I'm going to show some conceptualizations of experiments that I've either started or I'm simply thinking about. The first is Memory Garden, which is this immersive participatory art installation where the user is prompted to record a memory, and then that memory gets embedded, recorded with audio, and that memory gets embedded within a flower, and they have to go embed it in the garden, plant it in the garden. And I also want the user to be able to experience previous users' memories as an exercise in building trust and vulnerability. But I'm wondering experimentally, what is the emotional difference between participating first or choosing the giving your own participating first or exploring the memories of other people's first, to see if there's some sort of priming effect with the content that previous users have, like the responses that previous users have already given. So I'm thinking about how to experimentally design that. For fetal fixation, this is a interreality is what I'm calling it, experience where a user in physical reality and a user in virtual reality collaborate to create a virtual world. And the way that it works is that there's this user one is situated within this little nook that's designed like a childhood space. And you have a big pad of paper, a bunch of crayons, some childlike crafting materials, and the creation of the media that the user one is drawing on the childlike materials is live streamed into VR as the floor, kind of as like a what's the word? A map, blueprint for the world that the VR user is creating. And the VR user can also extend the floor map into virtual space, but user one can't see that. And so I'm wondering, how do these experiences affect the way that we communicate with each other if we can use it as an exercise in like building clear communication? And I'm also wondering if it's more emotionally impactful to have these users do this experience in the same room where they can talk in real life, or if separating them is more useful so that they can learn to build that sort of communication or see communication as like a visual problem. The next two experiences I haven't actually built out yet. They're just conceptualizations, but I want to explore how environmental metaphor would impact the way that we can recall the information from a VR experience. So I've just given an example of a couple different spaces that represent different, what I'm calling a metaphor of what the content means. So, for example, let's just say that we were to take the content of the 1000 cut journey that was designed, that I showed you earlier, about this Black child who experiences racism. If you were to embed that information in these three different contexts, garden, classroom, bedroom, how would the framing of that information affect the way it's interpreted? And then another sort of experiment on that level is the visual fidelity of the simulated environment. If you were to embed that sort of learning content into a low poly environment, a realistically simulated environment, or a photographic environment, which would be 360 video, how that sort of visual data would influence the way that we learn about the experience. And so what's the point? This is my last slide. Oh, my little sign got a little bit destroyed. But anyway, we don't want, as the metaverse approaches, I think inevitably it's going to become ubiquitous, whether we like it or not. And so we want to make sure that us as immersive artists, and there's also some immersive artists in this room, we don't get taken advantage of and have it be essentially framed as a way that we are helping the community, when in fact the experiences that we're being asked to contribute are being used to control in a way that the community doesn't understand. And so it just identifies this process, cyclical process of research, education, and policy, where this sort of educational or research, scientific research informs the way that we can teach the community and teach in school. And then that sort of learning can then come back to the policy direction, where we can make sure that the ethical implications of the sort of media that we're about to integrate into our public society are not going to be taken advantage of. Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And that's just, do you feel like you ran into any particularly either ethical questions or just things that felt like they were challenges to work past?
In my research process, or in like the whole VR NF
I mean,
space?
either, I would say, like, what did you encounter that was like it's a major for like either people writ large, or you yourself would have to grapple? I think obviously the ethical itself is
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a specific ethical question that I think is more important. I think it's going to be about the reliability of the information, especially if content, like what I'm thinking about as nonfiction, might not necessarily be considered nonfiction to the typical user, especially if it's simulated. Like there's a lot of discussion about whether animated documentary is actually a form of documentary because it's not photographic. And so extrapolating that to like a participatory art experience, it's still collecting data about reality when you're asking the participants to give you something that you can visualize. But the way that an outside viewer would interpret that sort of data, we have to make sure that those sorts of experiences are, how do we even make those reliable to the common viewer? Because I think a lot of us are suspicious at this point about VR media, at least the public is. And like the advent of AI and all like the ChatGPT, Dolly and that, like the fake news discussion.
sure, where does the authenticity sort of get vetted or not? We are at a break. Well, absolutely.
Have plenty.
Or any of them on your slides. I mean, we're at this point, we're at a break, so we can share.
I don't have them. I mean, I can share my bibliography with you if you want.
This is an interesting question just to follow, because documentary as like a concept, just because it's a photo doesn't actually make that authentic or real in terms of telling a story. Every documentarian is making choices about what they're choosing to put in that 2 hours or what have you. Voiceovers, cuts, all of that change. It is not literally putting up historical document after historical document. And unless it's even just 2 hours of one recorded conversation, that's still missing variety of perspectives.
Yeah.
There is no true sort of like omniscient lens in which you can have a photorealistic visualization of a real thing for some period of time.
Unbiased. Yeah.
I mean, bias is one way to think about it, but it's also, it's always being curated, honestly. It's
True.
like a way of thinking about it. This is very cool. I'm sorry you felt a little bit under pressure. You actually ended up having a normal time to present. Sorry, that was weird. There is, yeah, that was also the reason why this made no sense for us to have a.
I was never.
Hi.
I was.
That's one of our. It's just talking about and so she's frustrated that they're the transition is like judged.
Oh.
But it isn't actually. And while I desperately hope you all win all of them.
It was money. I should have.
Well, some of them, not all of them.
I like did
It's the thing is, that's all, that's all I got to talk about. You have no obligation to do it. You don't owe you that. You do owe you 15 minutes so that you can pass the class and graduate with honors. That is our obligation to do with our students. Many people choose not to. And bottom line.
did it, and I kind of wish I did. Like I was just like, I was reading the
Description.
and I was like, I don't think so.
We
And then I was
try
like,
to just do it because it doesn't matter if you don't get it, you don't get it. But it needs to be
Exactly.
locked in.
I should have.
The cash registers that are actually.
Hey, $100 is $100.
Yeah, but you got a chunk of change recently. Yes. Yes. Yeah, $100 bill on it.
Yes. People should see it.
That you should have. Okay, I was like,
And there's.
There's a lot of. There's like a sizable. Like a regular, like. Yes, if you're, like, you want to just.
Also. Starting.
because Stephanie and I left. We had some.
Okay. So we. So it's not really. We should have. So I'm gonna say right now that that's what. And you know, there is. If the worst. Also fine. So it's also fine. This is our state. Not that it would be. There you go. I don't know if anybody wants the name tag. Yeah, so minimum you should be here by 2:30. So we can put you over in that room. I'll let Stephanie know that she's running. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and or 2:30, and then it's either like on the rare chance that she's actually. So she. Well. something happened here. It's about 3 p.m. Like, there is a little bit until 1.
So like for the next 25 minutes, you're welcome to hang out in here, but it's got an art exhibit on it. I'm sorry, yeah, we've sort of taken over these spaces.
That's my old fucking poster. I did. I just- I left my USB charger. Do you have like? Do you have your thumb drive on you? This thing probably does not have AirDrop on it. How does? Well, I can't even AirDrop. I don't have an iOS device. Yeah, it's just a slide.
Go on to.
Let me log in.
You guys send it to me.
You can try. What? Hello.
So your slide was the very first thing.
Yeah, it's I sent you a least recent thing. I was about to. I didn't know when you were gonna come, so I was gonna put it up myself.
Are you in your email? or is
Yes.
that Stephanie's email?
It's my email.
Okay, so then now you're signed out of it.
No, I went into a private window.
Okay.
So it's just another. No, it's
Right,
yeah. So in that case, then I mean I don't know if you want to go into Stephanie's email. I emailed it to you and to Stephanie. Yeah, so I'll just.
We don't want to do it at all. That was the reason why you were supposed to send us the slides in advance. Like, we're not meant to do any of this during the day of.
Yeah. Oh,
Like, we need to get out of this, or at least close the window.
it's not sharing right now.
Correct, but like, we should not have her, you should not look at her email. She
No,
should
this
not
is
have
my email.
Are you sure?
Yes.
That's Matthew's face on the. top
Okay,
right here.
all right, because all I can see is a lot of stuff that looked like it was going to Stephanie.
No.
Right.
There. See, there's you.
Yep, no, I see it now. Okay.
No, that would be like that's a gross violation of.
That's not what's going on, and that's why I was like, I don't think this should be happening.
No.
Okay, pew. Sorry, this is just. So. I don't think that either. I do not know if you want it, but there is a name tag.
Yes, I'll pick it up.
With your name, you don't need it. I don't know why they did the name. I have a feeling that crowd we will then, so
Our post-lunch what?
crowd. People,
Oh.
audience. you know, a lot of people were here earlier presenting, and I imagine some of these folks are gonna start to on this, but.
Well, I saw Will, so we know that Will's coming.
Great, yeah. 30 seconds.
I guess afterwards I can just X this out, because then it'll just go back into your
Yeah.
normal thing. That's how Macs work.
I mean, I don't even think you need to worry about that. We just need to open the slide.
Yeah, there we go. See?
Is it a single slide or is it this whole thing?
It's this whole thing.
Then just go to view and then slideshow. Is that not what we want? Is for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay,
I just
don't worry about the private thing. I think for now, it does not matter. Now we just need to resume share and the recording itself, which you have to go into to the far right, the more, far right to the more.
yes.
And then it'll be resume recording. They don't have it up there.
All right.
The friendly audience.
Yes. I did this project in front of her.
Wow,
So-
that's, well, there you go.
Okay, so in situ climate change, I am Matthew Komar. I'm a student defined major in University Technologies. My degree is composed of like art, CS, HCI, etc. Some psych. The slide is supposed to continue. There we go. Okay, yeah. So what do you think of when you think climate change? What do you think?
Sea rise, sea level rise.
Right. What do you think, Joyce?
More winter.
See, good. But so like stuff like this, like erosion, sea rise, yes. And like more sea rise. But what do we actually get? Boring charts, lots of them that like are vague. So that's where my project comes in situ climate change. So this app was built to basically help project managers be basically know more about what's going on in the environment, because they need a plan for unexpected things. And climate change is one of those things that they can plan around. So we chose to build this app around climate change so we can educate them. It's something that is happening and can be very different many years from now. So we're looking for like an ideal educational method that teaches these managers how to deal with these uncertain futures. And we're curious as to which education media leads to the best knowledge retention. So like, if I teach you something using VR, is it going to be better than if I just give you a piece of paper to read about the same thing? So we started doing an AR app as the first like educational intervention tool. And so that's what I built. And it's a collaborative app between the Augmented Perception Lab at CMU, it's an HCI lab with David Lundebauer leading it, and the Teaching and Learning Initiative at Oxford. That's in the Said Business School. So I'll just show you my video of the project, and things will make sense from there. And there's no audio, so. So basically, we put a building on top of a real building, and then we look at it. We learn about what it is, how it's being constructed, what's inside it, and then we age it to be more in a more climate change future. So like this is like the 2050s now, and then it's like erosion because of the rain in Pittsburgh. It's really nasty in the future. We'll take a look at it. We can collapse the educational view. And then we collapse it. So we just destroyed CFA. So yeah, the idea is so so design considerations about this app is it has to be used in classrooms, which rules out AR headsets or any kind of headsets because they're just expensive and it's a logistical nightmare. I think the fact that it's a logistical nightmare is more damaging than just price because an iPad is also expensive. Costs about as much as a good pass-through headset. But the difference is that it can be used up to 3 people. So it's a lot more scalable. Cleaning an iPad is just like a rub down of the screen. That's it. A VR headset is a lot more intensive. It takes a lot more time. People sweat in a VR headset. No one sweats in an iPad unless you get sweaty hands. So this is also built for managers, and this is a research study. So our target demographic isn't necessarily tech savvy. So we have to build accordingly. And the pipeline for this project is pretty simple. You basically make a building and then you make a collapsed version of it. Then all you would need to do is place the building down of the corner of the actual building that you just modeled. And then you would just write educational content and then basically say when it should collapse. The whole point of this emphasis of a collapse is basically in climate change, there's like this point at which like, oh, it's like oh shoot, I need to start worrying about climate change, which is why I was emphasizing this aspect. So like, what do you think of climate change versus it's like these images, which is like disasters that are caused by climate change versus charts, because charts are not salient. They're not interesting. They tell you a lot, but it's very hard to imagine this, which is this chart is this town. Like, could you understand that this is how it looks like today versus this chart? Like, oh, the water level will be here. Okay, but how does that look like? That is the collapse that makes people pay attention and would make managers pay attention because that's it's on them. So that's basically the app. It was demonstrated at Oxford Lab. I'm graduating, so I'm not going to be working on it anymore, but the project will be continued on at Oxford. They have a PhD student now going to be working on it. And yeah, it's too early to tell if what the conclusions are of this research project, because this thing is supposed to be really long form. It's supposed to be a 6-year study. And they're going to basically make variations of this app. So this is like the AR version. They're going to make a VR version. They're going to basically make videos of it and compare to see which app is better for education. And yeah, I personally really enjoyed collapsing CFA at the press of a button. It was pretty cool. But that's it.
Thank you. I think I'm intrigued a little bit by what I see as a slight disconnect between your opening context, which focuses a lot on this like water level rise,
Yeah.
and then a building collapse that's coming maybe from like display, some damage that happens structurally at the bottom, and that's the visual of the building collapsing. And maybe just because of whatever content I've been exposed to, when I think of things like sea level rise, I think of things like the washed off foundations.
Yeah.
The absence of a building in that regard.
So that's a good point. The thing with climate change is what a lot of people normally don't think of is that there's a lot. It's not necessarily drastic as sea level rising or flooding. Like it's called climate because they changed it to climate change these days because it just climate change. It doesn't necessarily need to be.
Have a specific outcome.
Yeah, it does not. Yeah, like global warming elicits, ice caps are melting. We're now getting floods, things that are now underwater that should not be underwater. Whereas with climate change, it could just rain a lot. Like Pittsburgh can become a rainforest, essentially, in habitat. Like New York is getting a lot hotter. We don't get snowy. Like I think whenever it snowed here this year, it just rained in New York. When I was growing up in New York, it was like we would usually get like a foot and a half of snow.
So you're referring to the fact that climate change references that there are vast possible outcomes to this that might very drastically might have colder moments as opposed to only warming. And so you're talking about different outcomes that could
Yes.
potentially be associated with this.
Yeah, which is why the CFA collapsing here in the text is basically due to rain. So the rain
Which is
gets
a reasonable thing for this region.
yeah, because it's not gonna flood here. Like the ocean is not gonna come to this far inland. So it's just gonna rain. In other parts, it could be really hot. Like some parts of America might no longer be suitable for crops that are currently suitable for crops, but now other parts of America will be suitable for crops. We'll have new farmland areas, perhaps. And then the idea is like with this new climate change, maybe there'll be like refugees from the weather who now like can't live here, but now are going to move over there, and you'll get a different kind of movement of people. So this app, the idea of it is to basically show all this in a particular area. So
Make it place specific context.
exactly, because if we know how, if we can simulate how this place will look like in the event of this kind of disaster, and like what kind of disaster is likely for this place to experience, then we can design accordingly. And that is why we're making this for managers.
We're making decisions. Is that what you mean when you say managers? or-
Yeah. Decision making people, stakeholders, people who build buildings and do regulations.
Okay, so it ranges from creators and designers, people who are doing urban policy and planning,
Yeah,
legislation. Also,
it's directly targeted towards the planners and the legislation people. Due to the nature of like the departments that this is for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
have you shared the collapsing CFA with any CFA? I sort of feel like the office would enjoy seeing that and possibly putting it on their website. Any other questions?
Here's the thing now, press button, this thing feature not so good. I
Yeah.
think that's a really, really good kind of. I think if you're very clear, you can have like your that's like, this is how it is now. And if we try to remedy this, it would cost
X amount in this,
X amount.
if you let it go.
Yeah. If we do it like 10 years, why? And I feel like it's kind of well known, but just like it has to get through.
That's a pretty good idea because it won't take much to do so because
Yeah, it's just add a number.
yeah, all you need to do is add a number because currently it's in stages and you just add like an analysis aspect.
Yeah.
It's very no stages besides like there is this damage here. Yeah.
Really useful if it's viable to implement.
Yeah, I'll tell it to my people.
That sounds super official. This is really a phenomenal project. That's an expression of all the things you've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. So all you need to do, I think, is close the
Private one?
yeah, and it'll bring you to the other Safari tab here on the bottom.
Thank you for working with me on my general helplessness and
Same to you.
Well, you're probably far less helpless than I am today. All right. Is Justin in the house? Come on up.
You're gonna tell us who you are when we start.
All right. Well, hi, my name is Justin. I'm currently a material science and engineering and bioperformance concentration student with BXA, and my senior capstone is materials and their historic correlation to music instruments construction. So I'm going to be analyzing the history of materials and technology and how it's played its vital role and how it changes over time throughout history. So here's the agenda. I'll be going over the abstract. Then I'll be showing you technology trends and material evolutions. Then I'll be showing you how instrument construction has changed over time and the future trends that we see as of right now and my analysis. So essentially, here's the abstract. I'm going to be splitting into three parts. So technology trends. I'm going to be splitting into the primitive age, golden age, and the modern age. So the primitive age is about ancient instruments. Golden age is the classical Western instruments that we see in the orchestras. And modern age is your technology applied to music from the 21st century. And then instrument construction, I'm going to explain how metals, polymers, and plastics all play a role in today's instrument construction and the future trends of what we see with electronic materials. So aside from your periodic elements and chemistry related instrument construction, then more electronics and computers and software, how that plays into music as well today. So here's your technology trends and material evolution. So from beginning of time to around 1500s, the time we see this is instruments are made of very primitive materials and very primitive tools. So I think a broad range of history covers like the Greek aulos, the double flute, the kayagum from Korea, and the kayam from Mayan civilization. And the general trend that we see is it's all made of primitive materials. So the flute is actually made of like bone or wood. The kayagum is made from wood as well, and the kayam is made from clay. And it's a very slow development of science and progress, but generally that's the trend we see within the primitive age. It's all very basic instruments and with very basic tools, but that changes with there we go, the golden age. So now we see the emergence of what we've probably heard of, the Stradivarius violin. So Stradivarius actually did not invent the violin, but he, for lack of better words, perfected it. And what we see with the Stradivarius violin is it used the golden ratio. So the fun fact, like the violin, the spiral thing at the top, that is actually based off the golden ratio, the famous math principle that the Greeks have developed. And what we see within the golden age is science and technology for the first time being applied into making instruments. So we know that with string instruments and we know that golden ratio was used, but what about something like the saxophone? Saxophone was actually created around the 1840s, and believe it or not, that's when the Industrial Revolution was. So that's when metals and technology becomes a lot more accessible, and with the development of metals, we're able to have a lot more access to it, and that's why we have instruments like the saxophone and the metal flute come about around this type of era. And finally, after the golden age, we're in what we call the modern age, which is what I would like to define from the 1900s to now. So, the modern age is what I would like to define as very interesting because it's not one thing that defines it, but so I'll argue it's a very eclectic group of developments. So, but if I have to generalize it, the first general development I see is the introduction of software and electronics into music. So we got stuff like the MIDI synthesizer, and but the second general part is the application of today's science, so like plastics and polymers, into the golden age instruments like your carbon fiber violin.
And this is where I begin to talk about instrument construction changes. So metals is generally what I would define as the beginning of this like instrument construction revolution, because metals are what begin this sort of enhancing or composition change of the actual instruments. So the flute, as we know, it's originally made with like wood and bone, but the problem with it is if you have to make some sort of repair on it, you probably have to start from scratch, or you're gonna have to essentially, it's almost impossible to fix if there's some sort of damage or structural damage to it. But that changes with metal, because not only does it revolutionize trying to fix stuff, but it projects sound better because metal has that property too, unlike wood where it absorbs more sound. So that's why metal is kind of like the starting point of this instrument construction change. And woodwinds today, most of them are not purely made of wood. You'll see some part of metal components for like keys or like that. And second trend I see is polymers. So polymers, you usually make them with some sort of fiber matrix. And although there's some experimentations in the literature about glass fibers, carbon fiber is the biggest application that we see right now of instrument making. And we have stuff like the carbon fiber violin, the viola, and the cello. And because classical music is such a thing of tradition, this carbon fiber hasn't been, from various surveys, fully accepted into the professional world yet. But just based off the pure material alone, it actually tends to have a little sharper sound. So if you're looking for like an outdoor performance, this is like carbon fiber is actually a much more suited and ideal fit. And it's durable. So it's not as resistant to weather changes. And if you have like a wooden instrument, you're praying that it doesn't crack from the temperature changes. So that's something that is very interesting to look at right now for polymers. But not as successful yet, I would argue, is like plastics. Plastics, as we know, are used in like brass instruments. But the problem with plastics as of right now is it doesn't project sound as well. So that's why plastics are more of like a situational type as it is right now. So if you're looking for like an outdoor performance like marching band, or if you're looking for like a colored plastic trombone for like a holiday jazz concert or something, that's the only kind of viable use as I see it of right now, because brass is still more preferred. And so in short, all this changes, it's all about sustainability and optimization. What properties are we trying to keep? Well, which properties are we trying to emphasize? So you can either enhance it as metal has done for woodwinds. You could still have some debates like polymer have done for string instruments, or it could still be an experimental phase as we've seen with brass. But either way, the market will essentially tell us if it's good product or not. That's kind of the way it goes right now. But I like to say material use has been very interesting as of so far. And let's move on to a computer and all that stuff. So I think the biggest way we see electronics having been an impact for music has been rock bands. So with the emergence of MIDI and amplifiers and electric guitars and the piano, electric piano, you're able to create all these different types of sounds that was not possible like long ago. But thanks to our development of computers, I think rock bands are like a huge, interesting and impact point that electronics have laid a mark on music. But what's also been coming around is synthesizers. Like with the help of technology, we're able to create sounds that we necessarily can't create on physical instruments. And I think synthesizers are revolutionary like that. I know EDM is really popular and using it, but you can use it a lot for like experimental stuff as well. And that's like something that people are messing around with right now with like with contemporary music, especially, and editing and mixing. For every musician out there, no matter which genre you are, hip hop or classical, you're gonna have to learn the basics of editing, because every album or track you release has some sort of editing. And whether it be like adding some reverb or adding some adding another track to your mix, it's editing and mixing has become so vital, and the electronic components of making music has really been affected by editing and mixing. So I'm pretty sure you all can agree, like stuff like Dr. Dre's Revolution and stuff would not be possible without stuff like this. So I believe that here's the general quote I want to leave you with. Art and technology have a complex but meaningful history of working together and influencing one another. In many ways, they have evolved alongside each other to arrive at their place in the world today. So I know we emphasize a lot in history about how the world and the technology evolves, but we need to also see the music and the arts evolve alongside it as well. Because the more technology evolves, the more arts flourishes. So as technology evolves, the arts changes with it, and music is no exception to this historical continuity.
And one of them is just, as you're, particularly where you left us here, in terms of thinking about the relationship between art and technology, did you find yourself encountering examples that were coming from other disciplines within the arts that had like parallel developments? One of the things I was thinking about, we're talking about is, the modern materials and even the electronic components that, are there advances with printing that's happening with some of the musical instruments that are being made from polymers and plastics? Is mass production something that's being affected by this? And there may be some analogies in terms of what's happening, I think, like sculpture world, in terms of what people are making and being able to create.
Well, as we know, computers and art kind of synonymous these days. Animation, favorite film of all time, How to Train Your Dragon. Like, as I said, art and technology evolves together, and we see it in School of Art. We see it with architecture with all their computer animated design software, but there's some stuff that we also haven't touched as well. 3D printing with instruments, that's something that is definitely not something I've researched yet, but probably someone out there crazy enough is experimenting with it. And what we have the benefit of CMU is everything is so great here, and like I think 3D printing is something that's, and what's the word, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, that's what we call it in engineering terms. It's something that's really hot on the market right now, and I think definitely some stuff that we haven't touched, but really excited to see where technology and art kind of go into the future.
Right. So I think my last comment is just how has this changed or not your perspective when you engage in?
Oh, like my original project, it was actually trying to make a carbon fiber viola, but I began to realize that procuring materials was kind of costly, and that's why I decided to try and take away just this paper. And but when I play my instrument, I'm just really like it just gives me a new perspective on it. Actually, I broke my bow because I was practicing a lot, and the part that broke, my luthier, he actually replaced it with polymer composite instead of like bone, which was actually made from it. So to see that technology has just come like this far, and you're able to like replace stuff like small stuff like that with
Hybridized it.
exactly.
It's now a new feature. It's
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I've been enjoying seeing how this has evolved over the last couple of semesters.
I think so. And
I really wanna like.
Yep,
speaker
we,
has to
we,
work.
wait, okay.
This speaker.
We'll make it. We'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Let me see.
Okay.
You are
I'll-
not next.
No, I'll.
We have one more,
Oh,
and then we have Rashida is coming up, and then you're after that. So what will we need to do when it's you? Okay. Well, we should be okay. Okay, that one.
page?
Yes, we can do that. Is it linked anywhere in here in the slideshow itself?
I think I put the link in the description of my thing, but
Ooh.
if not, I just, as long as the YouTube videos work, it should be okay.
And those are embedded in the files or no?
Yeah, they should be embedded in the files. It's just, I guess, like the format's a little more.
Okay. Yeah, this is because we have to compile it together in advance so that like each person isn't having to switch in and out. So there's two things we can do. We can open a new window.
Yeah, if you like the link, it should open the like slides right up.
The thing is, this is Stephanie's computer, not mine. And so I don't even, we might be able to get into Canvas from here and we could open it that way. Do you have the link? Can you type it in? Can you?
Yeah, I can do it.
And if it's, the other thing is we can see if the,
I can type the link in.
okay,
It should be.
1 second. No, it's okay. I just. Pause it. And I'm just trying to pause all of this. And it's still live streaming. Okay, so back to Safari. And to see the full thing.
I'm sorry. The long thing to have to type in.
Okay. Hey, look at that. Okay, so I'm going to return and then we'll get it to present mode, but let me get the recording back up and then I'll click that. Or click that. And then compliment is I need to. There we go.
All right, hi guys, sorry about that. So for my BXA capstone, it kind of took a bit of we'll call it a journey. So originally I was going to do sort of like a conglomeration of my music and EP, but I found that while my specialty in music was in music technology, I always kind of saw like technology as sort of a means to an end to get through the creative process, but the technical minutia always bothered me. And I sort of reached what you call it, the creative slump. So in doing a film musicology independent study, I was sort of able to revive some of my love for music again by sort of seeing a lot of the storytelling capabilities in music. And so I wanted to sort of, for my capstone, I put together a 45-minute lecture detailing what I thought would be some of like the big
famous leitmotifs from film music history and some of the techniques that different composers used in order to help create characters and archetypes and really support the vision for the director. So for this 10-minute blurb, I'm simply just going to highlight some of my findings from this presentation, since obviously I don't have 45 minutes. Oops. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oops. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, a leitmotif, very simply put, is a repeating melodic phrase in music that is to represent a character, setting, emotion, or theme. You'll see towards the end of this that I kind of break down or go beyond what exactly is a leitmotif, because it is a very small musical idea or phrase. So the things I'm going to highlight from this presentation, I'm going to skip Wagner. He's this old opera guy who kind of coined the term for leitmotif. You should check him out. But I wanted to focus on, I think, having that music tech background. One thing I really enjoyed was Ennio Morricone's From the Good and the Bad and the Ugly in his score. And one of the things I like about that score is he, in a sense, defined what we think of as the archetype for Western music. And the way that he did that are really through the leitmotifs from his score and the instrumentation. And there is a sort of music concrete aspect to it, in the sense that while he's not taking actual found sounds and putting them together, he's emulating found sounds in his score, like by mimicking the sounds of the coyote or using different instruments or vocal techniques and sort of hodgepodging them together. So let's just do a quick breakdown. So this is like the main theme of The Good and the Bad and the Ugly. And this is just like a very short musical idea. And so you have at the top, we have these like two notes, and that's like the coyote. And then you have those three notes, dun, 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 quite literally, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's kind of a very genius way of doing that. And instead of creating his own leitmotif for each, the good, the bad, and the ugly, he uses the same one, but he switches out the instrument. So it kind of aligns with them having like the same desires, the same mindset, but having different variations. And I just want to play, it's working. Just like a small quick clip of like the orchestra performance of this. You can just see all the different kinds of sounds that he's putting into the score, and you can really hear the you have the ocarina coming in soon. You can see like there's choir. I'm gonna pause there because we have a lot to kind of go through. But yeah, I think this is a very important leitmotif, because I think it kind of flips the Wagner leitmotif on its head. Instead of having a leitmotif for every single character, he's using one, unifying one, and also just the found sound aspect of it, defining quite literally an entire genre of music. So from that, I'm going to skip the Godfather for now. We'll do a quick highlight on John Williams, because you can't talk about the leitmotif without John Williams. So obviously, we'll start with Jaws. I'm sure you guys all know this, especially if you take solfege. But yeah, it's that dun. Do I have a picture of it? Okay, I must have been in the video. But it's just, you know, like a minor second going back and forth. And it's a great use of using a leitmotif as a character, because for most of the film, you don't even actually see the shark, but you hear that leitmotif and you come to associate it with the shark without ever seeing it. And then also the tension created with that minor second. It's very simple, but it's very effective. And then obviously Star Wars. I'm not going to go through and play all the Star Wars themes, unfortunately. But yeah, like there's a lot of like wide melodic leaps. You have like, obviously, everybody knows like that perfect fifth from the main theme. You have the Imperial leitmotif, which is like your Darth Vader villain motif. But I think the thing I want to highlight about John Williams, because we could talk about him for a long time, and I'm sure you guys are very familiar with his work, is when you listen to a lot of John Williams scores, they start to sound a little similar, but I would argue that it's because he's sort of mastered the usage of the leitmotif. There are guides on the internet, pages and pages long, detailing all of the different leitmotifs he's created to represent different things. And he's kind of created his own vocabulary for representing different character archetypes, emotions, and feelings. And so like, you're gonna hear a lot of those same things, but I think it's because within his style of music, he's mastered how he wants to express himself. What I wanted to take the most time discussing today, or maybe I'll go back to that one if I have time, is Black Panther's soundtrack. Because there's a lot that you can unpack here, especially with music technology. So the composer, Ludwig Göransson, I was practicing his name before I got up here. A couple of things that surprised me when I first started my research. Number one is I was surprised that he was white. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, wait, what? Black Panther. And studying the score, I think that adds like an extra layer of analysis that you have to consider. There's several videos of him going to, I want to see if I can go to, I want to talk, I think I'll start with Killmongers, but he travels to Senegal. He spends quite a bit of time there, and then he goes to South Africa and he meets with all of these different artists. Baba Mal is one. I think Baba Mal is actually the only one that's credited on the soundtrack, which is very interesting because he's sampling a lot of stuff. And that is also, so where do I start? So let's start with T'Challa's leitmotif. So if you look here, this is what I mean when I say like a breakdown of what a leitmotif is, because you're having a lot of different themes layered on top of each other. And that is sort of like a direct causation of him being a hip hop producer. And so when you are producing music, you're not just saying like, oh, I'm just gonna have this one thing. Like there's a lot of different components involved. And also the instrumentation that he used, he really wanted to kind of have this conversation about what the Africans and then African Americans. And so you have elements of hip hop and trap combined with like traditional African instruments. And so depending on how they're layered on top of each other, it represents that character's connection to Africa versus America. So when you talk about Killmonger's leitmotif, you will see a lot more trap elements involved. But yeah, so you have like the talking drum. If I can play a little bit in here. Hopefully we'll have it in the background. So you have like the talking drum in there, and the pattern that he plays on it is T'Challa's name. And so he uses that in the orchestration, and then with the drums layered on top of each other. I don't know if I can, let's play. No. I hope this is in here. Okay, it's fine. Okay, yeah, it's skipping. You know, it's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah. hopefully this goes to, well, from what you might have heard is you'll hear that same like 16th pattern with the orchestration layered with the djembe drums on the bottom. And that's like T'Challa's name. And there was a clip that I had where he was breaking down like the actual like production, and like he had his Ableton up and he was showing like all the drums layered on top of each other. But you hear less trap elements in that because T'Challa is like the Prince, the Black Panther, like of Wakanda, as opposed to when we hear Killmonger's theme. This is okay. As opposed to when you hear Killmonger's theme, which has a lot more trap elements. And there was a video I had where he is has like this Senegalese musician playing the fula flute, and it's really beautiful. And he's like screaming into the instrument, and he's making all these noises, and he's making these sounds. But when you hear the actual Killmonger track, it is very processed, and it's kind of hard to pick up on that. And it kind of brings into question when you are sampling, especially like as a white musician going to Africa and taking all these sounds, and like you're decontextualizing the music from like its original source, and like doesn't even actually mean what you intended it to mean anymore, because like you process it so much. There's instances where you can have like English musicians playing the djembe drums for some of his recordings. Like, does it still have that same connection to where it's sourced? So that was an interesting discovery. But yes, I'll close things up because of time. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rashida. So, and because this is the last topic, obviously, extremely timely. When you're doing this research and you're, kind of going deeply into the layers, particularly of the motifs that are happening, with this particular movie and all of the sort of ethical dimensions that are coming up. Are there people engaged in conversation right now that you're learning about that are questioning these things?
Yeah, there was a paper that is cited in my bibliography where it kind of discusses like some of the consequences of like obviously sampling, and then the layer of sampling in a film that's supposed to represent the African diaspora, and sampling in a film that's supposed to represent the African diaspora with like a white composer at the head. And that was eye-opening because I feel like a lot of the videos I found and interviews, it kind of sort of, I think it was great that he traveled to Senegal, he went to South Africa, but that is something you have to consider, like when you're a composer, when you're sampling. So
it brings up questions of provenance, of attribution, of the decision-making process of the people who hired this composer in the first place. There's all sorts of things I think that are going into that. May I ask, is this presentation with these links, is this what's that you shared with the Meeting of Minds
Yes,
website?
it's
Okay,
on.
so then that's publicly available.
and you can go through the videos there.
Cool. Thank you very much. Super interesting. All right.
Will, you are
I'm
up.
Gonna get sound, damn it.
You're gonna, sure.
Is there
Okay.
a, I'm guessing I feel like it has to be some like audio.
Yeah, just keep in mind,
Yeah, internal speakers. Let's do some text audio.
whatever time you spend on this will be taken away.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, that soundbar is well, there is the second cable here. Is that directly from the soundbar?
Here, one sec. Albedo. I don't know. Let's see where this comes from. Oh.
Like this is
I think, no, maybe that's coming from. I thought it was literally coming from. the sound.
Apparently I cannot, this is not good, sound.
Did you kill the whole sound?
Nope, it's supposed to be, okay, let's try office. Nope. That is.
It's the Zoom.
My 3-year-old, when he got
Okay, it's gone.
It's very meta.
Anyway, whatever, fine. I won't spend too much time on it. Like y'all can hear it from here. They're like 10 or something. Okay. Meaning of Minds. I'm Will. I made this thing called Lua Title Dim that I'm going to describe. I'm comp sci music and focus on sound theory. I still don't know what that means. I don't think I understand sound theory. Oh yeah, it's interactive. Okay, what do y'all think a laptop is? This is an easier question.
You can put on your lap.
Yeah, you're damn right. All right. Come on. There we go. Yeah. First image result I get when I look up laptop. Micromax Neo 14-inch laptop announced. Available exclusively on Amazon. This thing goes for about a little over $200. Yeah, very like probably one of the most important pieces of equipment people use in the modern era. Period. Like I don't want to have to elaborate on that. What is a musical instrument? A little bit more nuanced question. Noisemaker. Sounds. Yeah. Okay. Here's one. Here's a French horn. This theme of costs about. I saw a lot of price variation for the French horn, but this is what you're going to pay for, this very well engineered piece of metal. Yeah, double French horn, FB flat, 4 keys, nickel plated, and gold craft, etc. But I don't care about that. That's boring. I want a cool instrument like this. Like look at this cool. Like he's hit the things. And then later, like he said, but like, okay, yeah, no. When I was 12, this was the coolest thing ever, and I don't think the sound is aged as like, it's still too mashup-y for a lot of my tastes, at least this particular composition. But I was jazzed about a device like this, where you could just hit things, and this was your mode of expression. You have 64 keys, and it's pretty cheap too. Yeah, get them used really recently for around like 60, 50 bucks. You also need the software, Ableton, which you can pirate it, yeah, but it is pretty expensive, and there are a lot of decisions. Ableton, incredibly influential, incredibly important, computer music software, but you do need these two components, and yeah. So 2015, this is a slight iteration on it. This 3 years later still blew me away. I do like this a little bit more.
Enjoy it.
So now there are, I've just been expanded a little bit. There are some, you can map specific logs to figure either in press the song or when you hit buttons. And there's this really cool like that is, for this exact use case, you have a camera above the instrument you're playing when you're hitting stuff. And this is the performance. And this again, really rare. It's just a bunch of arcade. It's called the MIDI Fighter 64 because there are 64 buttons, and it is essentially a MIDI device. It costs about. Oh, also here's a list of the samples used for that song. You'll notice that there's quite a bit of sonic range in there. Like here is number 42. Like that's a lot of different sonic elements that you can just use. Bam. $500. A bit more expensive, better hardware quality, etc. And I'd say there is more. This instrument is more interesting to me because you can configure more about it. You're not bound by typical physical constraints. But I mean, the interface is just a bunch of buttons. We'll say that. And you also need this. That runs you almost $1,000. Okay, I'll ask you again, what is a laptop? And I want you to observe one very specific thing. If you look closely. What's that? It's a bunch of buttons. wow, wait, wait a sec. Wait a moment. It's just a bunch of buttons. Big question, why aren't we making cool performance environments for laptop keyboards? Like, this just feels like such an obvious thing that, oh my God, sorry, I've been interested in this specific topic since I was high school, and I saw maybe a couple tools exploring it, that they were, one-off cool projects that weren't expanded on. But so much of electronic music recently, with Ableton, we've been focused on music composition. And if you need an interface, if you want to interface with it for performance context, you need to get an external tool, which is just a bunch of buttons. We have a bunch of buttons. Like, come on. I made one, and it's not too crazy to implement. Here's me doing some stuff in mine, in Lua title book. But I added a visualizer for my keyboard expression. I think it's pretty acceptable, at least for what I want to do. Here's a clip of me. I went to the conference for live coding, which is what I do to make music in the Netherlands. And here is a video taken by the person who made the tool that I was using for like the past 4 years, because he likes my stuff, which I'm still like amazed by. There's like 2 a.m. There's like everybody's like, I don't know. Someone between visual and laptop, really cool stuff. Anyway, so what am I using? Lua title Vim. The NeoVim, I'll explain these terms. NeoVim plugin for performance with the live coding environment title cycles. Terms, live coding for this talk, executing code in a coding environment to compose or perform sound. Title cycles, live coding framework, Vim text editor / coding environment. I meant to say NeoVim there, but NeoVim is a newer version of Vim. Look at that, newer text editor, coding environment. That's what I use. So one slide on title. I was trying to add an animation to this to make sure you don't have to read all this at once. So I'll just point it out with my hat. So this is your basic kind of executing block. This is a very basic pattern. It's one kick drum. It goes bump. And then you wait a little while because there's a metronome. And then it reaches this again, and it goes bump. And here there are 2 of them. So it goes bump, wait, a shorter duration time, bump. And all of these, it's just a function of time. Like, you can control how often this wraps around. You can also, this is equivalent to saying this. Just, do this, but twice as fast. You can also add effects, like there's a distortion parameter. There's a distortion parameter of 2/8 of 1. 1 is max, but you can overdrive it and make it sound stranger. And that's the notation for that. And you can also pattern it. So you can have first kick, and then the second kick has more distortion because this event is happening at the same time as this event. So I don't know how to distort it with my hat here, and then you can compose them in blocks, which is at least my style. So you'll have something like this: D1, BD, D2, SD. Or rest, then SD. So kick, distorted snare with the distortion parameter of 5/8. And then what this allows you to do is you can solo either the kick or the snare and unsolo it. And it allows you to have that kind of control over specific parts of a song or parts of a pattern. And there's also this parameter called all that takes any function that you define and attaches it to the front of D1 to D2, any of these specific strings here. So all fast2 distort 5/8 is equivalent to this: fast2 distort by 5/8, kick, and the snare drum. And my novel contribution, like what I do that not a lot of people who live code stuff do, is I created a binding system to apply effects through that last function through all. And I do this with a specific NeoVim configuration. So if I wanted to create this effect string where I slow down everything or put everything at half speed and distort everything by 5/8, here are the key inputs that I would need to do that. So press tab to enter a mode that I added so I can apply these effects quickly and easily. Press S to apply S1. Even though it says S1, it's I just add 1 to it, so by default it slows down by 2. There's not a super tight correlation between the number here and the number here. It's just a function of the number here. And then press D to apply D1, and then I can press D again or press equals to increment that effect up to D5. So I increase the distortion to distortion 5. 30 seconds. Yeah, okay, I'll go quick. And then I can press enter to clear all the effects. And each keyboard key is bound to a different effect. And if we return to, this is a different clip that I uploaded, like this becomes its own sort of function. Where you can see I'm controlling parameters. If I want one specific hit to have a bunch of delay or a bunch of reverb, I can add it very quick. And it becomes a really interesting angle. I've been using a system like this for a few years. So all the music that I made, and I think it's thing out really well. I don't have a slide about future stuff, but I'm definitely going to expand it. That's my Instagram. I put out an album and I put out mixes occasionally. I'll be, if any of you are in San Francisco, I'll be there in like June 10th for a show. And I'd be happy to talk with any of you more about this.
And are those links available? Part of the meeting.
I'll send that to you.
Brief question.
Yeah.
How do you see that?
That's a really interesting question because the field and academic discussions of it are so new. I think a lot of focus has been placed on the systems to create music, and I spent the last 2 years working within one system and iterating on a small system in the goal of making it better. Like this system emerged as a need to make what I do more interesting or more interesting sonically, and not just like more I can do more different stuff, although I can. So I hope it goes toward making good music and not good systems. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. That sounds really good. And I want to hear more examples. All right, everybody. Will, say yes. Go ahead. You're live.
All right. So, hello everyone. I'm Will. I am a BCSA music composition student, and my project is Songbox, interactive music making with Mac MSP. So, basically, as I came into CMU, I was very interested in adaptive music, specifically for video games. And the thing that's interesting about music for video games is that video games are a non-linear medium, meaning that in a movie, say, you can score individual hits and scenes because you know exactly when they're going to happen. But in video games, you don't know that. So you need to make some sort of system where the music will sort of adapt to what the player is doing. And I have explored this in other projects that I've done using software that basically is made for this. However, I wanted to do something that was more focused on the music creation, because generally the scores for these types of games are in service of the game, instead of the game being in service of the music. I also wanted to focus on the sort of creation feeling. So I wanted somebody playing this short like game to just feel like they are making music along with the game. So because of that, I wanted to put the focus on interactivity and sort of providing guardrails for the player to actually make music, instead of sort of either generatively making music or just making my own music piece and having this accompany a game or something. So yeah, that's basically what I just said. So tech-wise, I use two different main pieces of software, which were Unity and Max MSP. Basically, Unity, it's a game engine, pretty nice. Although I know someone here will disagree with me. Max MSP is a software that is used for multimedia processing. So it can say take in a like a video feed, and then say the brighter that video feed is, then the brighter synthesizer or something will be. And basically this is mostly kind of like a tech demo in my eyes, just because a lot of the technical issues with this came from this integration between these two. For Max MSP, I used this plugin that recently came out called Max Rainbow, which lets you export your code into like a C++ plugin format. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm making an audio plugin, and then I'm integrating that into Unity, so I can control little parameters within that audio plugin to control how the music goes. I did have some issues going the other direction, because I wanted the plugin to control parts of the game as well. So an example of this is that I wanted something to flash on beat, but unfortunately I was unable to get that information out of the plugin that I made. So definitely, if I continued working on this, then I would look more into that specifically. This is for reference. This is what Max MSP looks like. This is the project. I split it into two different sections. This here is the like accompaniment, and then there's also a main synthesizer that the player plays in one of the three sections of the game. This is Unity. This is me coding. So yeah, basically the main issue was that I had to integrate all of these things, and that was the main part of the work. So here's the demo. So before I start the demo, it is split into three sections. So the first section is you have a choice of a bunch of different chords, and then you choose those chords, and then it starts playing those chords, and then it goes into a drum machine section where you can arrange little blocks, and it will play them like it's drums. And then the final section is sort of like an infinite runner game, except there's not really stakes. You just kind of hang out and like play a song. So yeah. Is there a way I can, is there a better audio output? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, so the main interaction here is your pointer over there. Everything is just through mouse clicks. I also made it very abstract because I didn't want this to be like a tool. I wanted it to be more of just an experience where you go in and you just sort of enjoy yourself making music. So here I'm playing the different chords to choose like which one. So that was my first one. This is one. for the art style, I went pretty abstract just because I didn't really want to get into like 3D and stuff. And if you just make things more fun and glowy, then it works. That's what I've done in the past for some reason. So yeah, here I'm choosing, I believe, chord, and then you'll see that it starts playing it going forward and arpeggio. This is the communication thing that I wasn't able to get working, but it looks like it's working. So basically, I'm arranging all these ones in here, so that basically each of these is a different type of drum, and you can just arrange them in different patterns. And then you can just find different patterns. So in the future, I would make these more green ways, which is like these notes. I would make it like 6 notes, but then I would have the idea about splitting that and making sense, getting to the thing. But yeah, so there's a bass tone is green, a hi-hat is yellow, the stereo tone, and then like a little stretch tone is green. So yeah. Once you're done, there's a little arrow that appears in the corner that basically the next section. I go there to so you can see sign up you can contribute multiple blocks into the same beat. So it's not you can do it in that way. Now hit the button. There you go. Yeah, and then this is the next one thing. It's sort of music, the visual, which is also the name of the program. So yeah, this is the thing. There are like obstacles. As you can see, it's something to the and then they want to see so that we have that. Yeah. So this one, the students, these two, basically it. So here's the one, something we could play. Yes. Yeah, and that's the main part of my presentation. Cool.
I guess you said that you're thinking of this right now as a tech demo, but I guess I don't know, I would love to see if you decided to take it, you know, into not a solo project land. I think that there's a lot of potential for it to like become almost a puzzle game. Like I've seen people sort of think about stuff like this. Really fun, especially like when you're putting the blocks in, it's like, oh, this could be such an interesting. I don't know. I guess you sort of have to square that. I guess gameplay mechanism. But I think one direction I can go. So.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. This actually started out as I was thinking, what if I made it a puzzle game? And then it sort of went away from that as I was more like, no, I will just focus on the music and tech part of it. But yeah, I think that definitely audio puzzles would be very nice.
I think there's a Zach.
I do know.
I should. I can find them.
So, I want to get your thoughts on the idea of where program audio and whether this is a universal match for all types of games or whether this
kind of matchup requires more investment. And so it really is suitable for
I think specifically this technology that I used is definitely too much of a requirement for games where it's not the goal of the game, or you're not doing something like crazy that heavily features in the game. I didn't really stretch the capabilities of Max MSP. It can do a lot more than what I showed, especially with processing audio. So I think that especially if there's like microphone input and stuff like that, then Max MSP is very worth it. But I think this.
if there weren't that drop your next draft into your content, say,
I think it's still probably too much of an investment for a lot of games where again, the point isn't like synthesis, because it kind of does have a steep learning curve. I'm like teaching this as a TA and it's kind of, there's people who get it and there's people who don't. And yeah, so because of that, like for most games, I would probably recommend using other audio engines like Fmod or stuff like that. But yeah.
I will say, last time I wrote an audio entry for a game, I was like, yeah, I like your data. I'll just do some like wire program thing. And then I realized like all I was doing was
Yeah.
So I think I agree.
Well, I have to also just comment as we're transitioning that the aesthetics that you used are, I understand it was kind of like a simplistic, like in part because that was the focus of the game, but it's very reminiscent of 80s visual light matching games. Simon, if anybody's ever seen one of those, which is like colors that light up and play a sound or a pattern. Follow it with hands. And that may or may not have been an intention, but I like that. I think that it's neat that it evokes those kinds of aesthetics as well as actual kind of play features. All right.
Very much. All right. Who might it be? Who might it be? All right.
Is it okay? Is your computer gonna die if I unplug it and just like hold it? So I can
I do not think so, because it's been plugged in this whole time.
Okay.
It's also not mine, so
Okay.
I don't know it will happen.
Well,
It
if
is a mystery.
Oh, perfect. We're gonna risk it. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, now, gotta keep that part in.
Okay, this part in. Oh, maybe I will. Maybe I'll just hold it in. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming to my Meeting of the Minds presentation. My name is Neve Monroe Anderson. I'm a student-defined major in xenofeminist artistic practice and transdisciplinary work, which is a really sort of funny way of saying that I sort of did a BXA focused in specific parts of the humanities that I was excited about. So in this presentation, you're going to hear about my capstone project, where I take comics, which is a visual art form that I'm very excited about, and mesh them with stuff that I was sort of excited about happening in the humanities, specifically sort of more feminist theory and philosophy. So the question that I sort of answered throughout the year in my investigation was, how on earth does an artistic practice of a student with a student-defined major relate to their sort of scholarship in the humanities? And the answer, it's a spoiler, of course, but was that for me, they relate through comics. So in this presentation, I sort of talk about two things, which is the specific technical stuff that I learned over the course of the year, and also sort of the theoretical questions that I, went and tackled. So in terms of technicalities, I guess all of the questions that I ended up having about comics, and I think this is sort of true in life as well, is that like there isn't necessarily one answer, but there are a lot of people in your field who want to be asked. And so, you know, when I was like, okay, what is an editor? It turns out that you know, they serve a lot of different roles depending on where you're at in your sort of comics journey. But you sort of have to go out and find one and ask people. And if you're not trying to become, you know, published, whereas like, you know, a publisher will sort of maybe, well, you get an agent and then like hopefully you get an editor from the agent. It's a whole thing. But like you can also just find your friend and pay them in pastry and say, hey, look, I need somebody to take a look at my work. And they'll do that as well. You know, if you're sort of curious about publishing, right? Again, it was finding published cartoonists sort of doing the things that I wanted to do and having the guts to sort of cold email them and reach out and say, hey, do you want to have a meeting with me? And like, I don't know, it turns out when you get really specific about what you want to be doing, I don't know, there's really people who are passionate in your field and they like want to connect with you. So that was like a weird thing to learn, that all these people who were like my heroes, who I was like, oh my God, I love your work, were just people who like wanted to talk to other cartoonists. So like, I don't know, it's the same thing was sort of true of all of the technicalities in making work. Whereas like, you know, I could go and ask people sort of like, what is your work schedule? You know, how do you get this stuff done? But at the end of the day, I could get that advice. And then I had to experiment and find what worked for me. And so I guess what I wanted to like impart to all of you, if you decide to embark on any new project, is that it's less about sort of finding somebody who will tell you the magic silver bullet that works for you. And it's much more about connecting with the people who already maybe have some of the resources and then trying them until you find something what works. And so a lot of this sort of year for me was trying a lot of different things and discovering what worked. In terms of sort of that, trying things and figuring out what worked, I guess what I found worked for me in terms of connecting sort of the things that I was interested, which is mainly feminist theory and sort of like philosophy and ethics, was that I needed to really have my art storytelling skills down pat so that I could start talking about these sort of more highbrow things that I was interested in a way that didn't feel sort of didactic and like, you know, a textbook, but started to hopefully really blur the lines between, you know, something that was more of sort of something that I could read in an academic classroom and something that people might just read for fun. And so I don't really think that like now I'm any sort of expert, but I think that I'm starting to maybe get there in hitting at the things that I'm actually interested in and telling stories that I'm actually, you know, excited about. And a lot of that was really focusing in on, you know, sort of plot, dialogue, compelling characters, so that I could start to hit at these sort of more highbrow ideas without people just being, you know, annoyed and confused about what I was talking about. For me, I sort of developed a process that worked, which was sort of starting with writing theoretically about a topic I was interested in, developing a story and characters that sort of related to that topic, sort of thumbnailing and scripting, and then after sketching it out, taking it to a bunch of people who could rip my work apart and say, please, for the love of God, revise this so that you're not, I mean, I'm still sort of hitting the nail on the head a lot of times, but hopefully in a way that feels humorous and interesting. And then eventually sort of after those revisions, I would take it sort of and take it to a point where it could be printed and become a product. So this is an example that I was sort of excited about, which was a comic that I wrote about not having ever watched The Matrix. And so I guess I was like interested in the sort of question about, you know, how do we have proof of an external world existing? And also what does it mean to sort of be a human? And that was very much something that I've been told is hit at through The Matrix, but I've never watched the film. And so I guess I just wanted to like write a comic about that, but also, you know, sort of about trans characters having sex, because I thought that that was sort of a good way to couch it and sort of fit with what I've heard about the film. So hopefully, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to leave this for a second, and this is big enough. You guys can read this, right? Yeah. Okay. Just like give me a thumbs up when you're ready to continue. Yeah. Okay. Here's another example of sort of what I was working with. In this comic, I was interested in sort of recontextualizing discussions about art into a setting where they're like sort of less highbrow and sort of less all-encompassingly terrifying, and sort of at the same time also really recontextualizing discussions of like ethics. So taking this stuff that I was sort of talking about in the classroom and bringing it into the setting of a party where we have this one weird character that nobody's listening to, sort of going on and on about, you know, how they're so worried about the world and being an artist and whatever, but hopefully, you know, sort of remaking it so it reads a little bit more as like funny. And so we can start to hit at questions of like, you know, what is art outside of its economic value, and sort of also questions, you know, about like, what does it mean to be sort of a 20-something living in capitalism and engaging with all of this sort of highbrow theory that's like, this economic system is kind of shit, but then not really knowing what to do about it, and sort of also realizing that you have to like live your own life and not like burn yourself out incredibly, at the same time as like, you know, wanting to do something to make the world a better place. So this is an example of the process that I was using, where I very much was like sort of writing and rewriting, and you can see sort of my script going into thumbnails, going into sort of like this sketch right here. You can see my mouse. Oh, I love it. Is sort of what I was bringing to my editor. And I think this is after an edit. And this is a longer 16 page comic where you can really see that I'm like, you know, like things are getting didactic, but hopefully it's couched enough that by the time we get to this point in the story, this sort of whole speech that this character Mel is giving makes sense for her, you know, character. So that's really just like what I've been doing. In conclusion, I guess there's a lot of stuff that I couldn't discuss in this sort of 10-minute presentation and give you a feel of what I'm really thinking about with my work, right? I have other projects that I've done for this capstone. There's people that I should thank, like specifically I want to call out Ira Marks, this published cartoonist who, no affiliation to CMU, but you know, met with me multiple times over the course of the semester to talk to me about what publishing was and hopefully how to start, you know, in the field. And I, you know, I also have been thinking about sort of the ethics and technicalities of distribution, especially when you're making work that in some way is a theoretical like critique or is also very specifically about trans bodies. I really don't, I don't know, I don't want to be in the position where I'm like commodifying people like me and also sort of commodifying people as objects, which is like really, I don't know, it's sort of interesting when you're making porn. How are you not doing that commodification? And so one of the ways that I've started doing that is offering all of like the sort of risograph prints that I've been making and sort of pay what you will. And you could go over right now to the Miller ICA. I'm in the senior show. You could take some of them, pay me for them or not. I don't really, well, I mean, I care, but I also don't care. Other than that, you're welcome to sort of find me whenever. I love to talk about, you know, cartooning and everything else. But you can also find my work after sort of the senior show ends online on my website, which is thebeesneves.com. And hopefully this coming year after CMU, I'll be out into the world and, you know, at Zine fairs like the one in Pittsburgh and other places in the States.
Thank you very much. We have a little bit of time for questions and comments, and if there's the last stuff that you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did stuff, but so what are, just tell me a little bit about some of the other projects that you've been working on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the two, you can see some of them on the scene stand, but I also did one comic called Sleepover that I thought fit more into just like really enjoying the medium of comics. So I decided not to include it here because it was a little bit less highbrow and a little bit more friends having a sleepover. I also have been, a lot of this project for me has been setting myself up for the next year to sort of continue to pursue making comics. And so as part of this, putting sort of this stuff on the schedule, in addition to meeting sort of with like reaching out to cartoonists whose work I like, I've also been applying to zine fairs and applying to sort of any comics anthologies I can get my hands on. And so pitching a lot of different projects. So the latest thing that I'm pitching right now is I have a friend who's a writer who I think that would be a great fit to work on this. There's a sort of trans inclusive sapphic comic happening next year as an anthology, and I'm slowly coaxing her to, you know, hopefully write for me so we can be a writer comic duo. And it's also paid, so I'm like very excited about that.
That was actually the last thought that I was going to share with you. what it's worth, because this is a really difficult tension in being an artist in general, when
Yeah.
you're, or even in researcher, when your material subject is either, it can be anything from it's deeply personal to it's a potentially traumatic and sensitive topic. How do we deal with it as researchers without being burnt out? How do we deal with it as people who have to pay their rent in a world that is structured in such a way? So one, a lot of the content here, it sounds like it's about how to be a human in this like fundamentally inhumane type of context. And the question about quantifying it, selling the direct product of your labor, where you are not alienated from that process, you made it, here it is an object, that's not a commodity. It is making money off of your art in some way, but you have not modified it in that. In fact, that's the direct opposite of certain kinds of capitalistic processes. It's an exchange, hopefully a fair one of, I think this has value and I'm gonna give you money for it. And you as the artist saying, like, this is the value that I believe it has based on my work.
Yeah.
That's about the only fair exchange we have. Commodities become mass production, but also something that you're advertising, telling people is required for their lives. There's all sorts of, I think, failures to that.
I don't know. I think that art is in some ways required for people to live. And I think that, I don't know, I definitely, the physical products that I'm like making, like, I think that there's sort of a tension here, which is like, I don't know. I've not talked to a single cartoonist who's like, yeah, this is how I make a living, which is kind of a bummer. We really undervalue artists and specifically cartoonists. So like, I don't know if this will, like, unless something really crazy happens, I don't really know if this will ever become a way for me to make money. So I guess it was sort of like, it's an easy choice to sort of offer this stuff as like, pay what you will. Cause I'm like, I'm not gonna necessarily make a ton of money on it anyways. But I also think that for stuff that's immaterial, like, all of this is digitized, right? And so putting it out on my website for free, right? I think that sort of model as well, where people can feel compelled to maybe get the physical copy or, throw me some money if it had value, is sort of fine, since I would be doing this work.
And it's more about a way of opening it up and saying, if you value this and want to
see more of it,
see
please
more of
feel
it,
free.
support it in this way.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's sort of, it's complicated.
It is, and I appreciate the contribution that you've made in our 12 minutes to that conversation, because it is really valuable.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is my computer. I don't have email access to it. Okay, that's fine.
And when you say drive, like, where did you send it? And yeah, Joyce, you will need to go at 2:40 to be in the other room at 2:45.
What did you do? How did you share it?
I shared it with your email on Google Drive.
My email? Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Hold on. The only other thing though is I don't want to take too much of your time.
Yeah, obviously. Of your time too.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm happy to play with it, but you only have so much time to
Yeah.
present, so
Okay,
you may want to go ahead.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
that's fair.
All right.
Sorry about the.
No, you're good. You don't mind if I hold this, right? Or
I do not. I would recommend that if you're gonna do that, move the table and stand not directly in front of the screen. Because I
Okay.
think we saw that with the last presentation, is that depending on where you are, that
I see what you're
portion
saying.
is blocked off.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, here we are. Email.
Hi, I'm Hema. I'm a BCSA major. It's not written there. This is my project. It's called Automatic Explicit Corpse. So like, for some context, a couple semesters ago, I took a class called Drawing with Machines. And in that course, we were using a device called a pen plotter, which you can see on the left. A pen plotter is very different from a regular printer in that it does not take a pixel-based format where it's moving left to right and deciding whether or not to put down a dot of ink depending on the original document. Instead, you're feeding it a series of XY coordinates where it will move the stylus in that particular path. And this restricts the type of file type that a pen plotter takes to an SVG, which is called scalable vector graphics.
it is a type of file that specifically gives XY coordinates. And this unique constraint in terms of the file type that you could use gives you something to push against as an artist. And so my BXA capstone was essentially an extension of my final project for this course. So here is that final project. Okay. For the final project of this course, I made a tool that would comply with this file type in the sense that it would record your drawings in strokes. So that would be this stuff in black. And then it would also record a border for the drawing, and then places where you would want it to connect to other drawings or other tiles. And so this first iteration of the tool let me create these little animal tiles that you can see. So like this is a snake tile, fish tile, turtle tile, frog tile. And then you could give all these tiles to a separate program that I also wrote, and it would assemble them according to the connections that you had originally input in the first tool. And so here it's like a food web of different creatures eating each other. And that was like, it was cute. And so this is the only thing that I ended up doing with this version of the tool, mainly because, is this the, okay, yeah, this is the only thing that I ended up doing with the first version of the tool, mainly because it was really bad. Like I had written it very quickly in P5, and though that got me to like a viable product, that viable product just could not be used reasonably past the 12 hours before this was due. So I wanted to make a second version of this. You can try it out here if you'd like the first version. So I made a second version of this based on some feedback that I got from last semester in the presentation, where I basically said I would keep doing different types of tiles and like drawings from the first version of the tool, because people were like, oh, I would also like to use this. And so I ended up sitting and building a website so that you can make your own SVG like tile system. So I'm going to demo that right now. So let's say you want to make like a little Tetris looking tile. So here's your little Tetris piece, right? And you want it to connect here, and then there, and then there. Okay. And then you also want to give it like a border. So okay. Save it. So now it goes to here, right? And then okay, scrolling down. Ta-da. And so it's like it's sitting and connecting them in ways such that they don't overlap and that the connection points are to each other. And so, yeah. And so it ends up letting you create pretty complicated images, and each one ends up being pretty distinct looking. And even from a single tile, you can get some pretty nice outputs. And the second part of this functionality in terms of what you can control is that you can create labels for each connection point so that you restrict the type of output that you get. So for example, if I really wanted to control perhaps a directionality of how this connected, so say I wanted it to connect like this way, so that all these arrows sort of face each other, right? At this moment, if I were to save this and regenerate it, it wouldn't do that. You would have places where they don't do that. I don't know if it's easy to tell, but you know, these two are not facing each other, for example. What you could do is you can make something called left, something called right. Okay. Yeah, that works. And then you go here. Select these. Oops. Okay. Yeah. And so now they should like point in the same direction. So yeah, you'll notice that it's like one flow. Okay, wait. I think I might have goofed. But anyway, the point being that it helps you restrict the way that this orients itself, and that lets you create really complicated tiling systems. And so here are some sample outputs from, oh, actually, let me actually go to this first. So this like is what I have installed at the Miller, where it sort of demos like what it's doing underneath the hood to create like the different outputs. And so it's like sort of iterating through the tiles and picking the best fit for each location. And that lets you create like pretty flowers and stuff. So yeah. Some other systems that you can make. It gets pretty general, so you can do like something like this, where it's like robots, like organs. This small mushroom.
Having a very interesting sort of 2D animation.
Yeah, yeah.
Like old school kind of animation where like drawing together. But like as you see it generating,
Yeah.
it's reminding me of things that's all.
Yeah, it is similar to that because it is iterating through different drawings like that. So here's some sample outputs from the tool. This is like if you were to just keep hitting regenerate in the same page, then it'll fill the page with like different types of drawings. So plants, robots, mushrooms. And then the way that this was made physical was that all of this was put into, all of this data was then outputted into a huge SVG, 2.5 feet by 6 feet, and then plotted with the pen plotter, like you saw in the first slide. That was given to me by the Student for Creative Inquiry, and it took like 4 to 5 hours per drawing, but you get a great deal of detail, and even though you can see like the same piece multiple times, it ends up serving a different function in the image. And here you can see like different types of systems sort of coexisting in the same page, and I think of the connection system that I demoed earlier. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Oh, and then this is just the website that you saw earlier, so people can interact with the demo itself. So yeah, that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
And after seeing this evolution of this. So if this was something like a blended plugin,
That could be
or just some, because the concept I feel
That's true. 'Cause, yeah, I mean, like, as long as it's not manifold, or as long as it is manifold, you could use the object itself as a boundary.
Yeah.
And then just designate where you want it to connect.
Yeah, it's like the spaces.
Right.
Something sort of like.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. There's like a specific name for it. Yeah.
I'm not really but I might be comfortable. I will find other elements that maybe not a wiki, for example, optimize the total length of the generation. So I kind of expect that to have effective making stuff.
The thing is, it doesn't currently backtrack, so it won't like try different solutions. It will just go with it's greedy, so it goes with the first fit. So if it wanted to optimize for like the length of so are you asking how do you make it branch more?
No, you can do like different. For example, you want to treat very big.
Yeah.
You might see different patterns that is potentially.
Yeah.
If you like, I don't know if there are other ways to optimize the graph and I feel like that's something.
Yeah, it's interesting because the actual probability of adding a tile in a certain location is dependent on what's already on the board and the shape of the tile. So it's like difficult to carefully control like a branching factor to figure out the total size of the tree. Just because that stuff is really determined on time. But there are ways to indirectly control that.
It's super cool. I love just the way it looks, what comes out. You know, I'm personally very familiar with literally all the words to describe the project, like in terms of the technical pieces of it. But the output is, I think it's really aesthetically interesting. Thank you very much. Right. We have a video that we're showing
Of Angie Bonilla. That'll be our last presenter in this room.
like also as
Yes.
Is it possible if like is so where is the jury for the art?
Hold on one second.
Yeah, is it possible to just like ask them like, is there someone who didn't show up or will not show up? On the spot.
Well, the way that the judging was, is that when you registered, you marked yourself as being interested in
Yeah.
being judged, and then those people came to your presentation.
Okay,
So they would have been scheduled to speak here
okay,
if you had marked yourself as such. They don't have like a separate timeline where you go and do those.
okay, thanks.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they either watched the video in advance if for some reason they couldn't physically get to the presentation, or like they came and sat in the room based on the schedule of, these are the students who opted in to be judged. This is when they're happening.
Okay, possible to pass the video that I submitted, the YouTube video?
And pass it on to
Yeah.
them. I mean, they won't, the thing is like the URO, if you didn't do it during the first registration, on like April 7th, like they don't, like they're not gonna, we don't get any control over that.
Okay,
And
okay.
I'm willing to bet solid $50 they would never allow that.
Okay,
If they're just
oh, fair enough. Okay, thank you.
far more so than we are.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're
though.
good. Yeah, I just didn't know that was a thing, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that like it gets rolled into this whole spiel about instructions when we talk about meeting of the minds in the first place. Like when you, I think it's in our instructions on Canvas, but like
Yeah, I
it's
just
one of
saw
the
it on the
many
Canvas,
things,
yeah.
you know, that we're saying about what you need to do. And no, I think nobody's even thinking about it at the time they go to do that registration. It's not on your mind.
Everybody's been insane.
Yeah, end of your senior year.
I would like thought that senior, like second semester senior was supposed to be like easy. No?
Totally depends on your, depends on where you are, I think, at that moment with your classes versus also like, are you already on, are you one of those like fabulous people who got their job lined up in December, or are you like most people and you're still thinking about what the heck you want to do and figuring that out? Like spring becomes research for that part of it too.
Oh my God, just like
It is rough. So, you know, you could always try emailing Jen Wiedenhoff, but I feel fairly confident, or trying to find her over in the UC. Feel fairly confident they're not gonna allow a late, like, hey, look at my video, but she'd be the person to ask.
Jen
Wiedenhoff. So she sent out emails to all of the people in
Like that?
Capstone. Yes, that is her.
Okay, thank
She's
you.
also emailed you, and because she's emailed everybody about the presentations in the last week, and you may find her in your email. But she's gonna be physically over in the CUC right now. And keep in mind that the judging is actually gonna happen like some point later today. I don't think that they're like, they don't do, they used to do awards at the end of the day where they actually had you sit and wait to have your name called. They don't do that anymore. I think they're gonna announce it either later today and send out an email, or tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
None of these are the correct people, right? Yes, but she's not there. She's in the CUC right now because that's where all the rest of the meeting of the minds is happening. So like if you're trying to physically locate her, you need to go over to the UC.
Okay.
She got real short hair.
Yeah,
I
I saw a picture. Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.